Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be as you're jumping in today. We appreciate you being here and thank you for joining us. We're going to be getting into the David and Celeste Abigail Rivas Hernandez case. Uh, Warning, trigger warning, a lot of triggering stuff that we're going to be getting into. So, this is going to be our first show really covering this case. And so, we're going to be getting into some of the newest updates. And also, we're going to be digging into the documents. And Rosee is going to bless us with most of the reading on that. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. But good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully, you're doing well.
Yeah. This case is yeah. I'm lost for words with how.
How did nobody say nothing? Is
Yeah.
proof. Yeah, everybody knew. Everybody had to knew. You could tell, but we'll get into that as we get into all the facts in the show. Again, thank you for joining us. Please hit the like if you haven't. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. Share this out to your socials. We'll see you in a few after this intro. And let us know in the comments what you think about this case, your opinions. It's going to be our first show. I'm sure you've seen some stuff, read some stuff too. Let us know in the comments. We'll read them after this intro. Thank you for being here. Thank you, StreamYard, for dropping my video. I really appreciate that. That's really cool. But you gotta love the buggy. All right, so
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you? I don't know. I have a lot of mixed opinions. I know in the show yesterday that we did on Nancy Guthrie, I said I was going to explain maybe how the parents didn't know, and it would probably hit home with a lot of families out there. Not to say that, do I personally think that they knew? Yes, I did. I don't know. I'm going to ask you first, and let me know in chat, you guys, what you think, or in the comment section on the replay. What do you think, Rosee? Do you think the parents knew?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I
Absolutely.
definitely think they did.
Absolutely. And friends, you know, friends, friends had,
Yeah.
you when they're that young, they're gonna talk. Don't tell nobody, but they're gonna tell somebody, and then that person tells somebody else, and eventually the don't tell anybody isn't included in it. And I mean, hell, he was paying friends of hers $1,000 for a cell phone so that they could stay in contact. And this is after a sheriff had already contacted him, asked, did you know that she was underage? Did
Yeah.
you know that she was missing? No, no, and still did so. You know, with these documents that came out, we're going to go through them. You, the text messages between Celeste and David really paint a picture, and I believe paint the picture of what took place the night that she was taken from this earth. When you have conversations of pregnancy, conversations of Plan B, conversations of removing the baby, um, you have also conversations included with those conversations of potential careers being ruined. Um, a lot of volatile and absolutely horrible conversation going on when it comes to the ages of these two individuals. Met when she was 11, he was already an adult, you know, and I don't think it takes rocket science to figure out motive, motive, intent. Didn't cover tracks. I mean, we're going to hear stuff like, when I heard inflatable pool, Rosie, I was like, wow, this is a whole nother level. This was totally planned out, totally planned out, totally planned out. And who thinks of getting in an inflatable pool to dismember somebody? I mean, we talk about serial killers, we talk about
Yeah.
murderers, we talk about all these cases, and when do we come across somebody buying an inflatable pool to dismember somebody? That just blew my mind.
I have never heard of it. Like,
Blew
in
my
all of the
mind.
cases that we've looked at, it shows like a level of planning that just far exceeds anything I've seen.
It-
Yeah.
I was like, and then you hear that pieces of that were found with the remains that tied it to that. So thank God he was a dumb criminal. I hate to say, it with what he did, it's horrific. It is horrific. And Celeste being 13 years old, saying the things that she said to this psychopath adult, not even knowing because she's immature. She don't even understand what she was potentially walking into because of the immaturity. No fault of her own. Um, but with what he did, my lord, sick, 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 sick. Because
Yeah.
his career was launching in a few days after he took her away.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, that is the gist of it, and it's like it seems like his career, his life, his normal routine just hardly skipped a beat after that. He just carried on like
Even the interviews, I've retweeted them on my Twitter.
yeah.
Um,
So
even the interviews of him talking about the loss of love and how there's no attachment and it just, you can see it doesn't mean anything.
The interviews were one of the most upsetting things. Like, I mean, obviously reading the documents, hearing about what's happened is very upsetting. But for some reason, I was extremely bothered by the interviews, just
Oh
because of
yeah.
like, yeah, you know what I mean. Like, just seeing
Mm.
him carrying on like that,
It took
so
on a
frustrating.
whole, when these documents came out, it took on a whole nother level, those interviews, because before it was like, you kind of like, you're like, dude, come on, man. There's so many coincidences, and that doesn't happen in crime. You kind of already figured, but when these docs came out and they exposed the
Mhm.
level of connection that he kept with her, you're just like, and then you hear all this evidence that comes out already before a trial even has taken place, and you're like, damn, man. Like, and then you watch those interviews, and it's just like, it's a
Yeah.
whole nother level. Like, you watch it almost like you're watching it for the first time again, because you're just like, I can't believe there's like there's no emotion in the eyes, the mouth, and they're and these people are asking him questions they don't know, you know, but he
Mhm.
knows, and he's just like, yeah, oh yeah, it definitely helps me in my process and all this, like, it's almost like the devil done took over him because he was a church boy in the beginning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
was a church boy in the beginning, and then all of a sudden he gets this popularity. It's like he made a deal with the devil, man, because holy shit, the shit that he did, the shit that he was doing, that's sadistic shit already. Who knows? Who knows what else? Who knows what else this dude has done in the dark?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
you're
I
talking about a level we. This is on another level.
and I think that like what comes through in those interviews a lot as well is just the extent to which he is completely self-obsessed. Like,
Oh, big
he
time.
he thinks of nothing, like nothing else but himself. And like when I first heard, it was to protect his career, I was taken aback. But then I had the I had a different order to seeing the interviews. I saw the interviews like much more recently. So I had already heard everything. So for me it was backwards. So I wasn't like watching them for the first time after seeing everything because I'd already seen everything. And w- when I like heard him speaking in those interviews, I could believe. Like I could be like, yeah, I could see this person just for his career. Like I could see
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Nonchalant.
Mm.
Nonchalant. What's up, Rita? What's up, Jay Gallagher? More.
Hello.
Yeah, they knew. They knew.
Mm.
Ye- But I'm gonna give you, because Rosie knows this. When I have to explore every freaking avenue. Okay, so
Yes.
I'm gonna give you the reason here why they might not have known, even though me and Rosie, that's why I wanted to start it off. Let me know if you're just joining. Let me know in chat. Let us know. Do you think the parents knew? The friends obviously knew. How it was kept a secret for so long. I mean, you're talking. Think about think about all the times that we're coming across all of these teacher student things, right?
Hmm.
And how they find out because one of the parents finds out, and blah 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 blah. This was a long time. We're talking almost 3 years they were in contact. Almost 3 years. And for it to go on that long, for it to be like she got a frickin' Uber at 10 something at night.
Yeah.
How does that happen? How does that happen? She should have never even been able to go outside that door. her at 10 something at night on a school night, even though she wasn't going to school.
Yeah.
Still,
Yeah.
you're 13 freaking years old. You've been missing how long? You know what I'm saying? You should have had the proper supervision and proper things to occupy your time.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, touching on that point of her, like I said, she had been missing. I think that knowing that kind of just takes away any excuse that I could have believed where they didn't like I'm looking forward to hearing what you say, but I find it hard to believe with her having been missing before that they didn't like know exactly what was going on.
They knew. That's why
Yeah.
when people say that, and even the dad comes out and says that, he they didn't get any money. Bullsh. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
You know why there's probably no record of it? Because he probably gave them cash. So there was no record of it. Because I'm sure the parents, hey, don't PayPal us, all right? Don't PayPal us. Just give us cash. That way there's no record of it. Duh. He gave him cash, and he probably gave him quite a bit of cash. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. Especially nowadays, where these people, I don't understand the parents. I really don't. Family friend, exactly.
Yeah.
What's up?
Sad.
What's up, Joseph? Yeah. Gerald, sorry. Man, they need to like make the font bigger on StreamYard here. They did some changes on StreamYard. Now when you highlight a comment, it like grays out, which is really cool.
That.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
cool. I've already shown that comment. But the font is so, because it's
I
still
know.
got this, it still has this dumb Facebook message on it. That's why. What they're not telling us is that she was unalived at a warehouse. There were other people involved. Her DNA was found at David's house. Hey, that's interesting. That's an interesting theory. Could be. I'm wondering if this court case is going to be televised. By the way, Charlie Kirk, the Charlie Kirk court case is going to be televised. That got shut down to try and make cameras. Thank God. Because they should all be televised. Transparency. The public deserves to see truth and justice in its entirety. But I'm wondering if this one, because it's a federal case, so a lot of the times the federal cases don't.
Yeah. I think I have a feeling that they won't for some reason.
I mean, it's going to be horrific.
Yeah.
I can't imagine, like, when we're talking about a trial, see it, like, we're going to be reading some of the evidence, but to see it, ooh. It'll be like the Gannon Stouch trial. And that's, oh, gosh, horrible. Where was the truant officer looking? That too. So here's my theory. I got two theories for you, okay, before we get into this. Number one, I'm going to give you the theory of how the parents might not have known. Then I'm going to give you the theory of what I think took place and how it happened. Okay. So I already went through, and hello, we already talked about it, how the parents knew, right? Family friend, as Gerald says it. Family friend. So there are, in my life, as I've grown throughout time here on this planet, whether I was a kid or whether I was a parent, full custody, single parent on my own, and saw and witnessed other uh, parents and their lack of attention. Good way to say it, right? So there was times, runaways, the parents have no idea because the parents aren't hip to technology. They're somehow not aware themselves, whether it's through immaturity or their own personal demons, so to speak. And so a lot of times those children end up slipping through the cracks because those parents are unfortunately so busy with other things that they don't take the time to keep up with technology. They don't take the time to keep up with being aware. They don't take the time to really understand how to help them navigate through this new world that exists each day because it's constantly changing, right? So, what you grew up with doesn't necessarily apply today because the world constantly changes. So, they could honestly not have known because I've seen it in real life situations where parents didn't frickin' know because they just didn't care enough. And that could literally be a reason of what is taking place here because when you really dig into Celeste and what was going on in her home life prior to David, it was already brewing. And what I mean by that is it was already brewing where she was out in the streets. She was being introduced things that she shouldn't have been introduced at a young age. You know what I'm saying? I was in the same boat, you know, when I was younger. Um, when I was 13, 14, out in the street, most of my friends, the people that I hung out with were 25, 30, 35 years old. You know what I'm saying? So you get introduced to things or being around environments or situations very young, and it teaches you. It really does. It is really what they call hard knock life. You learn life real quick, and it really, even though it's hard, it's one way to navigate it as a youth. It really helps when you become an adult because you've already done seen a whole bunch of shit way before anybody else did. So you can see shit coming, which is one of the reasons why I can see a lot of the stuff that takes place and I can call it out. And then you see a month or two later, experts are now saying, oh, what about this guinea pig? And what about, yeah, because you see it all already. But I've seen that. I've seen those parents that just don't care, or they're distracted with other demons and things happen and they're too preoccupied. It could be one of those things, but I still, until we see what comes out in the future, what documents come out, if we're even going to be able to see a trial, we'll see what the real role of these parents were because something's going to come out. You can only keep this secret for so long, and now that this is all being exposed, there's going to be more people that are going to come out of the woodwork. I guarantee it, because they're going to be faced with something themselves. Well, we know that you knew. You were complicit in this situation to a degree. Otherwise, you're going to have to work with us. And I guarantee you there's going to be more people coming out of the work because they're going to find out that they knew, and they're going to be in a situation where they're going to be like, all right, well, you were, and to a certain degree, you didn't say nothing a long time ago. You could have prevented this, Jimmy. you need to tell us everything and you need to be a witness. I can definitely see that happening. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that this spans a lot larger than we've been led to believe, and I think that, I mean, I completely agree with the way that people are gonna.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that there's still a lot to come out, and I think that it's gonna be from those people who were complicit. Um, I think there's a lot of them, which is one of the worst parts. Like
Yeah.
nobody was saying anything, standing up
Mm-hmm.
for her.
Yeah. And it's sad because it's just like you wish these people would just do what they're meant to do, you know. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't doing that, Gerald. Honestly. I can't highlight the comment because of you know, the AI bodification that goes on, but I can read it and I can, and it's on display there in the bottom right chat box. I wouldn't be surprised, bro. I wouldn't be surprised. It's just, like I'm saying, the devil done took over him. I really feel like you look at what the hell, just like and what he was like. He knew, but like, dude, bro, you knew better. You knew better, bro. Like you're,
Yeah.
come on, man. And that's what you got your kicks off of. And she wasn't the only one either. It was a habit. I mean, it's sick, sadistic shit. All
It,
of it.
it, the whole case reminds me of Sandra Birchmore in so many ways, and I know I say that like every time we bring it up, but it really is the similarities, and with what Gerald is saying there,
Yeah, yeah,
that was also the case. It's
yeah.
it's I wish it weren't, but it's probably much more common than we think. So
It's horrible. It's disgusting, and it's the disturbing dark details that we're going to be going in here. We'll at the end of the show, we'll open it up for StreamYard live call. If anybody's interested, we'll drop a link in chat. You don't have to worry about being on camera. All we ask is that you be respectful. We are a peaceful, positive, and progressive community. So that's all we ask. Other than that, we just, if you want to let us know what your thoughts are, your voice will come through. All you have to do is click on the link and then hit join, and we'll bring you up, and it'll be basically just a call. So if you want to let us know what your thoughts are as we go through all this stuff, and this won't be the first show of many, trust me. There is a lot to talk about, and who knows if we're going to get through all of it on this one. By the way, tomorrow we're having our Sunday morning show, the latest true crime weekly updates, where we discuss all the different updates and all these different cases, discuss new ones, discuss upcoming shows, discuss upcoming plans and such, and just hang out. And we'll also be taking StreamYard live calls for that too. The notification is out 10 a.m. Central tomorrow morning. Come join us. Hit that noti now and come back and hang out with us. Let me see where are the people hanging out at this live stream and all. Well, I mean, there's videos of even his brother. This is, before we get into this stuff, this is one thing I do want to mention though. When it comes to his brother trying to capitalize off of David's success, coming out with his own music now, claiming that he didn't know anything about Celeste and being a minor. And there's video of him with David talking about Celeste and mentioning her as a minor. Like, even if it wasn't Celeste, it was another minor. Like, what are you talking about, bro, that you didn't know?
yeah,
Disgusting. Disgusting. People, you need to watch him too. You need to watch him too because he was hanging around a lot, obviously. You don't think they did some shit together? Sick, man. Sick, man. Who knows? Who knows? But, it's crazy. That one best friend of his, that video where he's like, sorry if it stinks in here. I took a shit. That one friend of his, his manager, I think is who it is. having a brain fart of his name. He got brought in a long time ago and actually became a witness. So it's interesting to see what he knows. What do you want to get into first, Rosie? Do you want to get into the documents, or do you want to get into the 5 pieces of forensic evidence that's haunting in the David's murder case from Law and Crime?
Let's.
What do you want to do first?
Let's start with documents, and then
Documents? All right.
yeah, let's do that.
All right. What document would you like first? And let me switch up my camera here.
Maybe we should go with the indictment first. It seems like a good place to
Okay, let me see.
kind
here.
of get good background.
Let's see. That's a complaint, right?
Sorry,
Right?
I don't know what
That's
it's
the
titled.
complaint, right?
Yes.
I think it's titled a complaint. All right. We'll go ahead and share this. Why can't it? Hold on one second. Blow this up here a little bit. All right. So actually, let me switch screens here. Let me go to. Well, that's not working out. Why is it sharing it all weird? That's weird. It's like sharing it all weird. Okay, we'll go with that. All right. So I'll drop the link here, or I don't know if it'll actually go through, will it? Because you have to download it. Actually, no, I can drop the link. Hold on. So here's the link if you want the copy yourself. All right, and just let me know. I'll kind of keep scrolling as you read it. Unless did you want to wait? Did you want to screen share it yourself? If you want to, go ahead, and I'll.
I don't have it on my computer. I got it through the phone, but I.
Oh, do you want me to drop the links for you? Here.
Okay.
Let's see. Where do you want me to send it? Discord or email or?
Email?
Email? All right, hold on.
Yes.
Because then it might be hard for you to read on my screen through StreamYard, right?
Okay, yes. Let me just
All
get
right.
into my email.
All right, it'll be a no subject. All right, so there's that one. And then you can go ahead and do the screen share thing, and I'll. But there's the link for you guys. You can click on it. You can have it for yourself. This is the autopsy report is really that one was hard.
Yeah.
That one was really hard, and we'll go through that too. That one was really hard to go through.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 sec. I'm nearly there.
You're fine. Yeah, we'll go into the dad discussion. Steve Fisher does great work, especially with his drone stuff on these cases. Steve Fisher has a new theory. We'll listen to some of that too. I would like to talk to Steve Fisher sometime. All right. Oh, wow. Take it over. There you go. Nice.
Okay. All right. So, you can see everything that I can see, right? Through the PDF?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe zoom it in a skosh, but we'll see as you get reading through. Then you might have to center it a little bit. But once you get reading, you'll be able to see like how much you can zoom.
Okay. All right. So long as everything looks good for you, I'm just going to start with the undersigned. And you'll stop me whenever you have something to say. All right.
Yeah,
Um,
I've read it
okay,
too. It's pretty crazy.
yeah. All right. The undersigned is informed and believes that. So, count one. On or about April 23, 2025, in the county of Los Angeles, the crime of unaliving in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, was committed by David Anthony Burke, who did unlawfully, with malice aforethought, unalive Celeste R., a human being. Notice the above offense is a serious felony with the meaning of Penal Code Section 11927 sub C, and a violent felony within the meaning of Penal Code Section 667.5 sub C. All right, what I don't know what those mean, but notice upon a felony conviction for the above offense, prison custody time is to be served in state prison based upon the above felony offense being a serious felony defined in the following penal code and or violent felony defined in penal code 667.5c, or a felony offense requiring registration as a offender pursuant to penal code 290 sub c within the meaning of penal code section 1170h sub 3. Okay. So it is further alleged that the unaliving of Celeste R. was intentional and was carried out by the defendant or defendants, David Anthony Burke, for financial gain within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2A1. It is further alleged that pursuant to Penal Code Section PC 1902, I'm not going to go through the whole code, that Celeste R. was a witness to a crime and was intentionally unalived because of that fact. It is further alleged that the unaliving of Celeste R. was committed by defendant David Anthony Burke, and that the defendant intentionally unalived the victim by means of lying in wait within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2A15. Okay.
Definitely lying in wait. Plotted that.
Yeah, and I mean luring her in as well.
Mm-hmm. She had no idea. Once she
Okay.
threatened him, that's when he made the decision.
Count two. On or between September 7, 2023 and September 7, 2024, in the county of Los Angeles, the crime of continuous SA in violation of Penal Code 288.5A, a felony was committed by David Anthony Burke, who did unlawfully engage in 3 or more acts of SA as defined in Penal Code 1203B, and 3 and more lewd and lascivious, I don't even know that word, I'm sorry, lascivious acts as defined in Penal Code Section 288, with Celeste R., a child under the age of 14 years, while the defendant resided with and had reoccurring access to the child. Notice, the above offense is a serious felony.
Had reoccurring access to the child. Very important.
The above offense is a serious felony within the meaning of Penal Code 1192.7c and a violent felony within the meaning of Penal Code Section 667.5c. Notice, conviction of this offense will require you to register pursuant to Penal Code 290. Willful failure to register is a crime. Notice, conviction of this offense will require the court to order you to submit a blood test for evidence of antibodies to the probable causative agent of acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Penal Code Section 1202.1. Notice, being charged with this criminal offense can result in mandatory pre-conviction HIV testing and disclosure of results to a victim and the chief medical officer of the jail or prison facility where you are incarcerated pursuant to Penal Code 1524.1 and Health and Safety Code Section 121055 following the probable cause hearing resulting in a court order. Notice, upon a felony conviction for the above offense, prison custody time is to be served in state prison based upon the felony offense being a serious felony defined in Penal Code 1192.7 and or violent felony Penal Code Section 667.5c, a felony offense requiring registration as an offender pursuant to Penal Code Section 290c within the meaning of Penal Code Section 1170H3. Okay. Notice, conviction of this offense will require the defendant to provide DNA samples and print impressions pursuant to Penal Code 296 and 296.1. Willful refusal to provide the samples and impressions is a crime. Notice, the people of the state of California intend to present evidence and seek jury findings regarding all applicable circumstances in aggravation pursuant to Penal Code Section 1170B and Cunningham v. California 2007. Notice, a suspected child abuse report may have been generated within the meaning of Penal Code 11166 and 11168 involving the charges alleged in this complaint. Dissemination of SCAR is limited to Penal Code 11167 and 11167.5, and a court order is required for full disclosure of the contents of SCAR. Notice, any allegation making defendant ineligible to serve a state prison sentence in the county shall not be subject to dismissal pursuant to Penal Code 1385. Notice, conviction of your offense prohibits you from owning, purchasing, receiving, possessing, or having under your custody any control of any weapons, and effective January 1st, 2018 will require you to complete a prohibited person's relinquish form pursuant to Penal Code 29810. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct, and that this complaint consists of 3 counts. Executed at Los Angeles, County of Los Angeles on the 20th of April. Oh, okay.
Sick. And we ain't even gotten into the 666 stuff yet.
Yeah. Hold on. Sorry about this. Okay, here. Felony complaint, order holding to answer. It appearing to me from the evidence presented that the following offense and offenses have been committed, and that there is sufficient cause to believe that the following defendant is guilty thereof, to wit. David Anthony Burke, count 1, charge PC 187A, charge range, check code, state prison. The allegation... okay, so they're just giving the codes, not... it's not in words. Okay, but it's the 3 counts that we did read out. I order that the defendant be held to answer therefore and be admitted to bail in the sum of David Anthony Burke, that's still blank, and be committed to the custody of the Sheriff of Los Angeles County until such bail is given. Date of arraignment in Superior Court will be, and that is all blank still. And that is the end of that one. Oh, CJ, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Do you want the preliminary hearing evidence, or do you want the autopsy report next?
Let's do the preliminary, because then I think once we've done that, we've gone in order to, yeah.
And I gotta, let me see. Let me just send both of them to you on this one. So the top one is going to be the preliminary hearing, and then the bottom one is going to be the autopsy.
Okay.
All right. There we go. And we'll put that up there until you get that switched. What's up, Amy? Thank you for the like. I'm trying to figure out the motel he was recording himself in. What's up, Wavy Gods? Oh yeah, I'm sure. Like those interviews we'll go through on another show. We'll probably go through all the interviews. I think that would be an interesting show to break down all of them in one episode, just to show everybody if you haven't seen all of them. But like we were saying, it just takes on when you hear what's being asked and what's being said and his creative process and how things help and all that. Um, it's like like I said, it's like the devil done took over him, like he's possessed, man. How you can literally, like, days after be asked those questions and be that cool and calm and collective and talk about how it inspires your music. Like, it's wild. Wild. What's up, Chair Bear? Saw you on and wanted to say hello. Hello to you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like if you haven't, subscribe if you're not, and share this out to your social media or your friends. Help us get back in that algorithm. YouTube don't like us because we took a break.
All right, so you can see everything.
Yes, we can.
right.
And thank you for your hard work too, Rosee. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so this is Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Los Angeles. It is the state versus David Anthony Burke. Okay, to the Honorable Judge Charlene Olmedo of the above entitled court, and to defendant and his counsel of record. The people submit the following brief to provide a roadmap for the evidence the people intend to introduce at the preliminary hearing scheduled to begin May 1st, 2026. Number 1, background facts. The dismembered...
Trigger, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really big. Hold on a minute. Let me see. Let's just shrink it up here. Let's see if that helps. There we go. Warning.
Yes.
Warning. Yes. Warning. Had to say that real quick. All right, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, this is horrible. It's horrible just to think of. This is a young child, man.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Background facts. The dismembered body of 14-year-old Celeste R., who's the victim, was discovered in the front trunk of defendant's Tesla Model X on September 8, 2025. The vehicle had been towed 3 days prior from... should I read addresses or skip over?
You can just skip over
it. Which was parked approximately 400 feet from defendant's home at that address. Surveillance video and other evidence confirmed defendant was the last person to drive the vehicle on July 29, 2025, before he left Los Angeles on a concert tour.
Hey, by the way, when you're saying it, you can just say Bluebird Ave, Hollywood Hills, Dohe Place, whatever. You know, don't worry about the numbers, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's all public. It's all public record. So here's the link for you guys.
All right.
If you want a copy.
On September 8, 2025, the manager of the tow yard where the Tesla had been impounded noted a strong smell of decay and the presence of flies coming from the vehicle. He notified He notified Los Angeles Police Department Hollywood Auto Detectives, who determined the Tesla was registered to defendant through departmental resources. At the tow yard, LAP detectives opened the Tesla's front storage compartment and observed a
Ugh.
black cadaver dog, uh, cadaver bag covered in insects. Inside the
Ugh.
bag, they discovered a severely um,
Decomped.
eroded, sorry, I'm learning the language. Remains. A plastic garbage bag beneath the black bag contained the uh, dismembered remains. So, however, the victim's ring and pinky finger on her left hand had been amputated and were not found in the Tesla. On September 16, 2025, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Department positively identified the remains from dental records as belonging to the victim. Pursuant to the investigation, LAPD robbery homicide detectives determined the victim and the defendant met in January 2022 when she was 11 years old. They
Okay, let me
began a
pause you real quick for a second there. They only came across a head and torso. Like, that's it.
Hmm.
Horrible. Horrible.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. I had to,
No,
like,
I know.
it's not like she was poked a couple times and then, no, like, literally a head and
Yeah.
torso, and then a bag contained the arms and the legs. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
sick.
They began an inappropriate relationship in November 2023 when the victim was just 13 years old and the defendant was 18. Detectives learned the victim had been reported missing to Riverside County Sheriff's Department by her family, who lived in Lake Elsinore, in February and April of 2024. They telephonically contacted defendant on February 17, 2024, after they identified a phone number in the victim's phone records that belonged to him. During the call, the defendant claimed that he had spoken to the victim last on February 13 or 14, 2024, but stated he was unaware that she was a minor or that she had been reported missing. They advised him that Los Angeles Sheriff's Department deputies would be coming to his home. On that day, defendant was living at Doney Place in Hollywood. They requested that LASD conduct a welfare check at defendant's home. LASD deputies went to the defendant's home that night at 8:15 p.m. and informed him the victim was a 13-year-old runaway. Defendant again claimed he was unaware she was a minor and he had only met the victim once in person in November 2023. However, defendant showed deputies a yearbook photo of the victim he had on his cell phone. Although he claimed to be unaware of where the victim was at the time, she returned home 2 days later.
Okay, and that's disgusting too. Like, you claim that you didn't know, but you have a yearbook photo on your phone. That's not,
Yeah.
he absolutely knew what he was getting into before it even took place.
Yeah.
It's like what Gerald said. He groomed her. He definitely groomed her. Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
My gosh. Sick.
Despite being informed by law enforcement the victim was only 13, defendant continued to pursue her. After the victim returned home in February 2024, her parents took her cell phone away. Defendant drove back to Lake Elsinore and paid a junior high school student in the victim's class $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone defendant purchased so they could stay in contact. Throughout 2024, the victim spent a significant amount of time with the defendant, including summer weekends at his home in Hollywood Hills and traveling with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. Text exchanges between the victim and the defendant contain references to pregnancy termination and use of the Plan B emergency termination. There were also explicit photographs documenting and corroborating their inappropriate relationship. In November 2024, defendant and the victim broke up, although they continued to communicate, and text messages suggest they continued to have inappropriate relations.
Okay, I do want to mention something there. That's when I believe when they broke up, I believe is when she found out that she was pregnant. In my opinion, because for with what I think took place, this is part of that timeline where the plan B worked, but it didn't work, or it was, who knows, maybe she, you know, you're so immature at that age and you think you want a baby. Maybe she just told him she took it and didn't, right?
Yeah.
But to me, that's when she let him know, look, I think I'm pregnant. He breaks it off because he's like, fuck. So he's trying to distance himself right from then. So they break up. They continue to communicate because he has to, right? He's got to make sure that she's not going to snitch on him if it really is his. But at the same time, he was probably sharing her around with his buddies. And he's probably going, well, it's probably not mine, but just in case, because it probably is. That's when I think that she found out she was pregnant, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. It would make sense though,
Hmm.
I think. Yeah.
And I think when April comes around, that's when that's why the parents didn't have her in school, because they didn't want people to see that she was pregnant. Because, you know, November, December, January, February, March, April, 6 months, you're going to be showing a belly.
Yeah.
That's why the parents, in my opinion, didn't have her in school, was because they didn't want people to find out. And when she was getting jealous of facing the fact that she was going to have to be a single parent at 13 years old, because they were still broke up, that's when she approached him and said, look, you better step up like a man. And if you ain't going to step up like a man, then I'm going to ruin your career. And that's what I think eventually took place, what led to whatever. But I wanted to point that out when it came to that part in the timeline. Very key part, the most key part in the timeline for me, because that's when I feel she was pregnant. What do you think? What do you think about what happened there? Why they broke up? What they were talking about? And then all of a sudden, 6 months go by, and
Yeah.
that's when this horrific incident takes place.
Yeah, I think that it would have been something that she was pressuring him about, for sure. And I think at that point he would do anything for his career, it seems.
Oh, of course, of course. And that's why I think she was also dismembered, because he was trying to cover up that she was.
Mhm.
That she was.
Yeah.
So he didn't only. We'll see. This is just my opinion. In my opinion, she was pregnant. That's why he dismembered her. Obviously, if she was pregnant, he got rid of the baby too. And so, in my opinion, he didn't just take out one life, he took out two.
Mhm. Yeah.
What's up? What's up, Stone? Thank you for joining. And thank you, Caddy, for putting that up. Yes, very highly sensitive content.
Yes.
Thank you for that. If that's true, we are talking about parents who are complicit in covering up the abuse of a minor. It's just my opinion, but again, we'll find out. We will find out as time goes on. You know, whether it's through a live trial or through updates through people who are able to cover the trial.
Yeah,
I
we
would
will
love to
know.
be able to do that. Take a notebook in and cover trials that aren't televised. I would love to do that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Let me see here. April 23rd. So you know what happened in November. Now we're on to April. Let me know what you guys think about this November to April thing and what was being discussed. Let me know in chat or the comments on the replay.
Yeah. Okay, so April 23, 2025 is the likely date of the victim's unaliving and when all her cellular activity ceased. The night prior, April 22, 2025, the defendant and the victim engaged in a lengthy argument described in detail in their text messages. The messages revealed the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationships with other women, as defendant led her to believe they had a future together. She became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with the defendant to end his career and destroy his life. Defendant's first studio album was due to be released on April 25, 2025. He had an emerging multi-million-dollar career already in progress. He also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. At approximately 8:40 p.m. on April 23, 2025, defendant sent an Uber to transport the victim from her Lake Elsinore home to his residence. They communicated before and during her Uber ride, which dropped her off at the defendant's Hollywood Hills home around 10:10 p.m. At approximately 10:30 p.m., defendant sent text messages to the victim inquiring where she was. The people contend this was part of the defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the unaliving, as she was already unalived by this time. Knowing he had to silence the victim before she ruined his music career, as she had threatened, very soon after her arrival at his home, defendant unalived the victim to unalived multiple times and stood by while she passed away. At no time did he call law
I do want to
enforcement.
pause you there real quick. That stuck out to me because how did they know that he, like, do they have a video? Like, what do you think? Do you think they have a video of him, like, standing there watching her do that? How do they know? That was one thing in there that really stuck out to me. I was like,
So,
wow, that's
yeah.
pretty graphic. And how did they know?
So the way I interpreted this was from the autopsy, they can determine that it took a long time for it to happen. I don't know if they mean stood by literally, because then they continue by saying at no time did he call law enforcement. So I thought they meant like stood by, like not.
So
intervened.
he did it and just left her there. I don't know.
Um,
How can you be
mm,
how can you be that descriptive?
I
That's
don't
just
know,
wild to me. That's
unless
all.
there's something they know. Yeah, yeah.
Unless there's like some kind of ring cam video of him like standing there. I don't know. It's just wild to me that they would add that in there because with everything that's being stated in these stocks, you really don't have to. And now it makes me wonder, is that something that they have to prove now in court in a trial? That they have to prove that he was standing there watching her. I don't know. It's just weird. It stuck out to me.
Yeah, yeah. I don't see how else they could have, unless it was some kind of surveillance. Yeah, how else they could know that? Okay. At no time did he call law enforcement or 911 or take her to an emergency room to attempt to save her life. Despite knowing she was unalived and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim passed away attempting to dispose of her property and destroy evidence. At approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23, 2025, he drove away from his home as he texted and called the victim's phone asking where she was. Again, these were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short timeline after the victim's unaliving. Defendant drove his Tesla north of the 101 freeway in San Marcos Pass Road near Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County. He returned home early the following morning on April 24, 2025, before going to a radio interview for the release of his album that week. He sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day, which obviously went unanswered because she was already unalived. After April 26, 2025, defendant never attempted to contact her again. Telling me the defendant subsequently purchased tools to carry out his plot and dispose of the remains. On April 24, 2025, the defendant ordered a shovel from Home Depot that was delivered to his home from Postmates. On May 1st, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered 2 chainsaws to his home. On May 5, 2025, defendant ordered and Amazon subsequently delivered a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool to his home. He made these purchases under a fake name, Victoria Mendez. On May 8, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home around 11:30 p.m. He
Okay.
returned to the area.
Let me pause you again real quick. I want to say thank you to Gerald. Give me 1 second here. Sent the stuff on Twitter of the photos of that. Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
So I'm going to share. I'm going to share this real quick. And here's the link for you guys if you want to have the photos for yourself. Thank you, Gerald, for that. Let me see. Let me show these. So here is one of the photos here. Let me switch to water cam. Whoop. Switch to water cam there. So there's one of the photos there. So stuff that was delivered. Dr. Burn Cage. And then there's that. Thank you for sharing that. And I appreciate that. Thanks for offering. And thank you for sharing that. There's the link for that if you guys want to click on it and heart it and retweet it yourself. And let me go ahead and remove this. We'll get that back up there. And I just wanted to pause real quick just to show everybody the photos there. All right. Remove. There we go. Sorry about that.
No, it's just like ordering from Amazon.
Like I said, he was a dumb criminal. Thank God he was dumb. He left so many clues. He left so many clues.
Yeah. Yeah. On May 8, 2025, defendant returned to the same area. Oh, I think I read that already. He returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home around 11:30 p.m. He returned to this area again on May 31st, 2025. This, an isolated site of SR-154, where the victim's identification was subsequently discovered in January 2026. I didn't know that. Oh, wow. Additionally, on July
Speak on
7th,
it. What do you think about it?
No,
Like
I
you never
just-
knew it. Like what do you think about it since you just learned that?
I had no
Like-
idea that her identification was even found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he didn't even take the time to get rid of the stuff, like her identification, and it was literally all together. Like he literally just drove out there to, like, nobody was going to come across it ever. Why in the hell did you buy a burn pit, bro? if you didn't burn
Yeah.
that, right?
I'm struggling to like.
He was a dumb criminal.
Yeah, what was
Thank
he
God.
thinking? Yeah, thank God.
Like
Yeah.
somebody else's name's gonna deter a detective.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
jeez. Thank God he was that stupid.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to hear your opinion because you're like, oh wow, I didn't. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah,
like
I'm a little
yeah,
taken aback because
yeah.
I mean, like I had read earlier there that he used the fake name and then he did that. It's like I don't know what went on. Like, what did he think?
You know,
Yeah.
so okay, let me tell you this too. So as much as, and maybe you know this already, but as much as, yes, thank you again, Gerald. Um, as much as he got rid of the finger that said, uh,
Mhm.
what was it? Oh my God, I'm having a brain fart. He left one of the other fingers that the shh got rid of one finger that had his name, but left the shh. And they have multiple pictures of them because the shh tattoo. Here, let me switch my camera. I wish we could do this a little easier, StreamYard. So the shh was tattooed right here, right? So he left that. Why would you take one finger and brutalize it, but
Mhm.
leave the other one behind? That again, just more things that you're just like you you
Yeah.
obviously planned it out because you know the how it all took place, but how did you really plan it out? Like you really thought like they weren't gonna catch up with you? As much as we
Crazy.
talk about cases where there's nothing left behind, there's no Nancy Guthrie, you know, like there's nothing. As much as some of these criminals are like, wow, they're evading
Yeah.
the authorities. This one right here is the complete opposite end of the spectrum. It's like, wow, you didn't even do this? It's crazy, crazy stuff.
Very. Yeah. Um.
Sorry, I didn't
Uh.
mean to distract you there.
No, no, no. I distracted myself. uh. Okay. So, additionally, on July 7, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence. Moreover, defendant took horrifying measures to destroy and discard the remains. After placing the remains in the blue inflatable pool to prevent um, fluid from spilling onto his
Sick.
garage floor. I'm sorry, it's
Sick.
hard to redact because it's so
Sick.
bad. Yeah. Defendant used chainsaw and perhaps other tools to dismember.
That's fine. Yeah.
Uh,
I can read it if you want me to, Rosie. Just go
no, no,
ahead.
no, no, no.
Just go ahead.
Uh,
Just when it comes to like the child stuff, just initial that stuff. Like dismember, murder. We
okay.
started using those words a long time ago. We said screw the YouTube restrictions.
Okay. Small blue plastic fragments were embedded in the victim's
Oh,
remains,
oh,
which were, which were collected by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Department. The fragments were
oh.
analyzed by LAPD's Forensic Science Division Trace Analysis Unit. An expert was able to make a physical fit match from the blue fragments in the blue inflatable pool purchased by defendant in May 2025. In order to distance himself from the victim, he amputated her left ring and pinky fingers because her ring finger contained a tattoo of his name. Her fingers have not been recovered. Defendant then placed her remains into cadaver bags that he purchased. He placed her limbs in a garbage bag, which he deposited into his front trunk. laying the cadaver bag on top.
A
For
car that was
several weeks,
registered to him.
yeah.
Like, hello.
For several weeks or possibly months, defendant left the remains to decompose inside his Tesla. He lied to friends, business associates, and others who noticed the strong smell of decay in and around his home and vehicle. Before leaving on his concert tour at the end of July, he parked his Tesla on the street around the corner from his home. LAPD served a search warrant at the defendant's home on September 17, 2025, after the victim was identified by the Los Angeles County medical examiner on September 16, 2025. Inside the garage, detectives discovered evidence consistent with the dismemberment of the victim's remains in the inflatable pool, which contained multiple linear cuts. Several biological samples, which tested positive for blood, were collected within the garage area. DNA analysis determined that various samples matched the victim's unique genetic profile. On December 9, 2025, the medical examiner ruled the victim's death unaliving caused by 2 penetrating injuries to the torso. On January 17, 2025, the victim's U.S. passport card was found by a Caltrans worker off SR 154 in Santa Barbara County. Wow. Okay. Two.
Wild, ain't it?
Evident.
Wild.
It's yeah. Yeah. The people will present the following evidence at the preliminary hearing, including but not limited to the description of photographs depicting the victim's remains, as well as while she was engaged with the defendant in inappropriate activity when she was 13. As this evidence constitutes SA, the photographs themselves will not be presented. While all possible charges that could be proven were not filed, the CSAM is proof of their ongoing inappropriate relationship while the victim was 13 and 14 years old. Numerous text messages between defendant and victim engaging in their inappropriate relationship, pregnancy removal, and the use of Plan B emergency contraception. Messages through March 2025 prove the defendant continued to manipulate the victim as she messaged, all we do is and hang out. Man, I want more than that for myself. Shame. These messages
They
were
have
obtained,
relations, relations.
these messages were obtained from the defendant's iCloud data. Defendant's cellular activity and communications derived from the defendant's iPhone and Tesla, which demonstrated defendant's activities from April 22, 2025 to April 24, 2025, including a trip to Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night after the victim arrives at his Hollywood Hills home. Surveillance video of the defendant driving his Tesla on July 29, 2025 for the last time before parking the vehicle and leaving on tour at the end of July. DNA evidence developed from bloodstains collected from defendant's garage, which matched the victim's genetic profile. Proof of the defendant's Amazon purchases and delivery to his residence, including 2 chainsaws, a body bag, an inflatable pool, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a burn cage after April 24, 2025. Proof of defendant's purchase and delivery from Postmates of a shovel from Home Depot to his home on April 24, 2025. Uber records showing defendant's transaction where he ordered an Uber to pick up the victim from her Lake Elsinore home and transport her to his residence on the night of April 23, 2025. Proof of the defendant's lucrative career as a singer and songwriter prior to April 23, 2025. Defendant had an album release party on the night of April 24, 2025 before embarking on an international tour in late July 2025.
Days after, man.
Yeah. Text message exchanges between the defendant and the victim on April 22 and April 23, 2025, where the victim threatened to expose the defendant and destroy his career. Conclusion. This brief is filed to assist the court in understanding the scope and relevance of evidence the prosecution intends to present at the preliminary hearing. The prosecution has issued numerous subpoenas and is prepared to proceed with the preliminary hearing. The defense has had multiple opportunities to request a continuance and has not done so. Furthermore, California Penal Code 1050 requires the defendant to provide at least 2 court days' notice to request a continuance. In view of the limited scope of evidence to be presented at the preliminary hearing detailed in this brief, there should be no substantial impediment to moving forward with the hearing as scheduled. And that's dated the 29th of April.
That's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff before we even get to trial, man. A lot
It's
of
a
stuff.
lot.
Biggest question I have out of all those is how do they know he watched her bleed out? What does that mean? How did they mean it? How did they know? I'm sure that'll come out in trial. And also, from a legal standpoint, is that something that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? And if so, you either have to have a lot of evidence to show that, or I don't know how you can poke holes in any theory. Unless you have proof
Yeah.
of him standing there watching her do that, I don't know how you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did that.
Yeah, and the rest of the document is very thorough. So I'm not sure how, but you
It
kind of
is.
get
It's
the yeah.
it is. It's very thorough. That's for sure. But
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
would
wondering how do you get to that, you know? How do you get to that point? So, thanks for going through those. Definitely was trigger warning on that one. And it's horrific to hear. You know, this was happening to a 13-year-old child. 13-year-old child. And if you want to get through the autopsy, we can still do that. That one, that's a tough one. But we can get through that if you want. That's totally up
Okay.
to you what you're feeling.
Yeah.
We can go through it another
Yeah.
time if you want to. All right.
Yeah.
Already has it ready to go. Shout out Rosee. By the way, you guys, you got to check out like the way that she does her PowerPoints and her presentations. Like go if you haven't seen the show of us breaking down uh the book from Christopher Whitcomb and her little PowerPoint presentation that she did on that show, check that out. The Broken Plea breakdown. Check out that episode, and then also check out her part 1 and her part 2 at Anna Kepner's murder case. The family tree that you built and all that stuff, amazing work, Rosee. Amazing work.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Also, I do want to say thank you to Mercedes for the kind words. It's my first live on your channel. I'm so glad I found you guys. Your content is informative. Thank you for the kind words. Also, if you are enjoying the live stream, help us reach more people. Hit that algorithm. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. And we appreciate you. Thank you for being here as we're hanging out this morning, afternoon, whatever it is for you as you're watching. I think they know because they had a wiretap on, maybe in conversation they pick up on it. That could definitely be true. That's just the biggest question I have after reading that is, you know, because yes, all of
Yeah.
these docs were very descriptive. Shout out to law enforcement because this is what people need to understand, you know, before they start going on the loony side of supporting sickos, right? But yes, it was very descriptive. Thanks to them for that. But the descriptive part, again, how did you know? You know, I'm
Yeah,
not saying they don't. I'm not saying they don't have it. They don't have the evidence. I'm just going. I just want to know how. How did you know? Do you have video evidence? Do you have a phone conversation recorded? You know, like how do you know? Like that's wild to put that in docs.
Yeah, so I was thinking maybe it's to do with some stuff that we've we've seen recently, this thing of Apple Watches and their movements or phone
Well,
movements.
Apple
I don't know.
Watches don't. It's not like a Google.
Mm.
It's not like a like you're making out a map or something. The Apple Watches will show you the location,
Okay, not
but
movement
they
of
don't
stuff.
give you like a route map of
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
But I don't know. I don't have an Apple Watch. I do need to get one of those watches sometimes that tells you like your heart rate and your blood pressure and all that good stuff. You know, your steps,
I
your
don't know if I want
steps.
to know that all the time. I don't. I
I need
thought
to get one of those, you know?
I thought about it, and then I was just like, there's times where I don't want to know. So just
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Definitely. Also, if you're not subscribed to Rosie, and again, shout out to her hard work, the co-host of EvilleCJ Media and Investigations. Here's her link. Go sub to her if you're not already. And thank you for the subscriptions. Okay, we'll go ahead and get into these. Oh, these are horrible. Again, trigger warning, uh,
Yes.
big and bold warning. And again, thank you to Caddy for putting that up there too. And yes, Jay Gallagher, from a comment you mentioned earlier, I did want to respond to it. You said you didn't about the inflatable pool instead of a plastic pool, and your comment made absolute sense because when you were reading the documents, Jay Gallagher dropped a comment saying, "Why would you buy an inflatable pool instead of a plastic one if you're going to use chainsaws?" Right? Very valid point, and it makes
Yeah.
absolute sense. So I did want to say thank you for that comment too, Jay Gallagher.
Yes. I don't have chat up. Sorry. But that.
Mm.
I mean, even just the idea of a pool is strange.
It
But
is. It's wild.
yeah.
Off the deep end, right? Off the
Mm,
deep end.
yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And Mercedes, yes, we all want to know, but at this point, I really believe he was on the phone talking shit. Probably. He didn't really cover his tracks any other way. I mean, he even literally drove her deceased body to where he dropped her off in the car. Like, drove the car. Like,
Mm.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was talking shit. Would not be surprised. Matt Murphy said the prosecution team set this up perfectly for the feds to come in after the trial and prosecute as well. Yeah, he probably didn't leave. He probably left so much. I mean, look at what we're not even in trial yet, and what Rosee just read. I mean, come on, right?
Yeah.
Right? And they put in the fact that he watched her bleed out. Like,
Yeah. I mean, as you say, they didn't need to. Like, they have more than enough. They don't need to include that.
yeah,
So there's something. There's something they know.
yeah. And I do. I have a feeling because it's a Fed case, because she's a minor,
Mhm.
we're just going to hear the results and the reporting from the people that get to go to the courtroom. One day I would love to be able to do that. Just visit different cases and report live in the
Yeah.
courtroom. Not live, you can't do that, but I mean report live on my notebook and come out and do live reports. EvilleCJ Media here at the court case of blah blah, let you know what happened throughout the day. One day.
One day.
Who else was involved? There has to be so many. There had to be. He obviously listen with what he was doing. I don't think he really had help, right? Because if he did, I would think he would let the guinea pig go drop the car off. No, this dude drove the car himself, right? So I think he was trying to keep the crime to himself. That's just my opinion. I think he is trying to keep the crime to himself, but after the crime took place, after, especially after they found the body and he wasn't getting arrested. I mean, we're talking from the summer all the way through just recently. He wasn't even arrested. So the dude's probably like, hell yeah, I covered my tracks. Ain't gonna have shit on me. And that's when he started. Blup, 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 blup.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know a lot about him. I know that you followed this case a lot more than me, and I'm not a mental health professional, but from what I've seen, I get the impression that he did have some kind of a fascination with this sort of thing, just just by like
The interviews, listening
the
to the
interviews.
interviews.
Yes, but also like I've some of the song lyrics or the
Yeah.
names of songs and some of the
Even how he
imagery.
was dressed. Yeah, the imagery,
Yes.
how he was dressed in those videos, like ripped, torn, bloody shirts with blindfolds and putting
Yeah.
a girl's body in the trunk. And I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, like it's like he said in those interviews that we watched after these docs came out, he was literally saying it was inspiring his music, even to the
Yeah.
point where it inspired the imagery, like you say.
Yeah. So
Wild.
I think when it comes to like other people being involved or getting a guinea pig to do like I almost get the feeling that he wanted to be solely involved or like hands on. I don't
Well,
even know how to describe it.
I'm just saying, if anything, if there was somebody else involved during the
Yeah.
crime, I'm not saying nobody else was involved afterwards, because he
Mm.
probably had people help keep things quiet or whatever. But during the crime itself, he would have had somebody else drop off that car if they were involved. He wouldn't have
Yeah.
done it himself. That right there, just like the porch guy walking up all shitty to Nancy Guthrie's camera, him dropping off the car himself tells me he didn't have anybody else help him with the crime, because they would have been in that driver's seat dropping off that
Yeah.
car. Um, so the best friend, and that's the dude, I believe, Jay Gallagher, that is the same gentleman that was brought in last summer and testified to a grand jury under oath about what was, what he witnessed or whatever. Yeah, because, like when David got to the point where they found her body, he was probably already asking people to keep think, hey, where's she at? Hey, do me a favor, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Asking kids back then, they're probably like, well, this is weird, but okay, I'll do it. He's my guy. And then after they find out, they're like, oh my God, I was helping him avoid questions and da 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 da. But
Yeah.
when they found the body, he already thought that he was successful, because look at how long he wasn't even apprehended. So once he got to that success part in his mind, because he's already egotistical,
Mm.
because of what he did and thinking he could get away with it doing what he did. It's a false sense of ego that exists in him because of his childhood. All right.
Yeah.
So because of what he went through in his childhood, his ego is low. That's why he was going after immature females, young girls, because his ego was low, where he didn't think he was good enough to date women his age or older. And so he had to make up for that
Yeah.
less ego. And so he overinflated himself with a false sense of ego. And with that false sense of ego, that mix that with you actually thinking you're getting away with this crime, you're going to brag. You're going to brag to people at that point. I bet that's why his friend
Yes.
fled, because that was his best friend. And I wouldn't be surprised if his best friend was the first person that he told, look, man, I'm going to tell you this because you're my dog. Because it had to haunt David to keep it a secret, too. Think about it. All of these other interviews after the crime took place, he was let see
Yeah.
it satisfied his ego to let little tidbits out in the interviews, because he's like, I'm telling people. He's getting it off his chest because he's been holding it in as a secret. He's getting little pieces off his chest. These people don't know what I'm saying, but I'm saying stuff and I'm getting it off my chest. It gets to a point where he's getting it off his chest, and it doesn't work for his ego anymore. His ego needs more food, and the only way for his ego to get more food is to then start giving out real details and being able to keep it hush, because that's the power of the ego. And he's going to tell his best friend first. That's why I think when they brought him in, the cops were already starting to build up this huge case. Obviously, what they got, they were already starting to build it up, because then they had enough. This dude testified in front of a grand jury. They had enough at that point to start wiretapping, to start seizing things, to start, tracking and all of these different things that you need warrants for. They definitely built this case, and they did a tremendous job so far, from what I can tell.
Really good job.
A construction worker found Celeste's passport while working. I have the pictures. Go ahead and send it to me on Twitter, and we'll show them again, and I'll retweet it. Let me see here. Oh, here it is right here. Already happened. Let's see here. So let me share this real quick, and we'll get to those docs if you want to, or if you want to get into that episode. But let me share these real quick for everybody. And thank you for joining. So again, thank you. I'll retweet these. And here's the link for the photos. Thank you again, Gerald, for that. So this is the spot where it was found. Not even, look at that, not even far, not even that far off the road.
No.
Ain't that wild? I need to get my drone. I need to get my drone out for some cases that I'm going to start working on here. Crazy. Not very far off the road, right? Let's go back to that one. Wild. Thank you for that. Appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Didn't it? Thank God he was stupid. That's all I'm going to say. Thank God
He
was
certainly
stupid.
was. I mean, he really was. And I guess that in such a horrible case, that's all we can hold on to, is at least he was that stupid. I mean, I still struggle to understand what he was thinking. I really do.
He obviously wasn't. He was just too consumed in trying to save his career and get rid of Celeste.
Yeah.
And also a baby, in my opinion. We'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out. But I'm calling it. I've been calling it. The November breakup was her letting him know that she was pregnant.
Yeah.
And then everything happened from there. We'll find out if it's true. But the analytical rain brain is telling me it is. All right. So we'll get to these documents for you, Rosie. Thank you again for doing that. And let me remove that, and we'll put that up there for you. Again, trigger warning.
Yes.
Get that big old warning highlighted up there. Thank you again, Caddy, for dropping that in the comment section.
Yes, this is probably going to be the worst of it. But we will.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it will be.
Yeah. Okay. So death investigation summary, medical examiner case 2025-14-252, decedent name Rivas Hernandez Celeste Abigail, date of injury unknown, place of injury unknown. Pronounced date and time was 9/08/2025 at 11 a.m. Date of examination 09/10/2025. Medical investigator Tapia Karen, deputy medical examiner Dr. Nam Ansel, supervisor deputy medical examiner Dr. Ho Grant, forensic technician Garcia Daniel. Okay, cause of death A. Cause of death A. Multiple penetrating injuries, manner of death, homicide, how injury occurred with objects. Okay. Families. Or, sorry. Medical report summary. Severe postmortem changes. 2 penetrating wounds of the torso. A, right abdomen with injury to liver. B, left chest with penetration of underlying intercostal space and cortical disruption of adjacent ribs. Other findings: bilateral dismemberment of upper and lower extremities, multiple additional skin defects. See separate toxicology report. Summary and opinion narrative. Per medical examiner investigators report, this 15-year-old female, Celeste Abigail Rivas Hernandez, was found dismembered in a state of decomposition inside of a car trunk on September 8, 2025. Death was pronounced at the scene. Autopsy examination was limited by extensive postmortem changes. There are 2 penetrating wounds of the torso with smooth edges that may represent sharp force injuries. The wound on the upper abdomen penetrates the liver, and the wound on the left chest penetrates one of the left intercostal spaces with disruption of the adjacent ribs, cortical surfaces. The left lung appears intact. The bilateral upper and lower extremities show full thickness dismemberment. Multiple other skin and soft tissue defects are present without apparent associated internal injuries. The etiology of these defects is not clearly apparent due to severe postmortem changes. Postmortem toxicology performed on liver tissue shows the presence of low levels of ethanol, which may be due to postmortem changes or ingestion, and does not appear to be contributory to the cause of death. Given the history and circumstances as currently known by me in the setting of the findings by examination, ancillary studies, and in the absence of other definitive causes of death, the cause of death is multiple penetrating injuries. The manner of death is classified as homicide. Decedent identification. 2 unique patient identifiers are reviewed. Same as decedent's name. Decedent name: Rivas Hernandez Celeste Abigail, case number 2025-14-25-2. Phenotype: sex, female. Type of examination: full. From sections: decedent identification, prior postmortem procedures, external examination, evidence of traumatic injury, internal examination, cardiovascular system, respiratory system, digestive system, urinary tract, female reproductive tract, endocrine system, lympho-reticular system, musculoskeletal system, head and central nervous system, special senses, examination procedures, and ancillary testing. Exam started on 9/10/2025 at 8:57. Prior postmortem procedures. Radiology reviewed, yes. CT scans. Interpretation: CT scan reviewed and is consistent with autopsy examination. Organ tissue donation, no. Mortuary preparation, no. External examination: general, appropriately developed. Race: Hispanic. Phenotype: sex, female. Body weight: 71 pounds. Height: 62 inches. BMI: 12.9. Extremities: other extremities. See evidence of traumatic injury. Skin: other skin findings. See evidence of traumatic injury. See postmortem changes. Scars: none. Tattoos: present. Fingers: right. Second medial description text:
See what I'm
hair
saying?
long. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a very good.
Not very good. Hair long, facial hair none, hair color black, eye color other. Description: cannot assess due to severe postmortem changes. Sclerae other. Description: cannot assess due to severe postmortem changes. Conjunctival petechia other. Description: cannot assess due to severe postmortem changes. Facial patia, i.e., non-conjunctival. Other cannot assess due to severe postmortem changes. Ears unremarkable, nose unremarkable, oral cavity, detention, good detention, description, orthopedic hardware present and in place on upper and lower teeth. Frenulae and mucosae intact. Neck, normal chest, normal abdomen, normal back, unremarkable. She's female. Evidence of medical intervention therapy at examination, none. Postmortem changes. Liver mortis, indiscernible, rigor mortis, absent. External decomposition changes. Skin color change, description, dark brown, drying, insect activity, description, multiple insect larvae present, foul odor, other external decom changes. The head is partially skeletonized with an absent left eye. There's
So
liquid-
that like that made me wonder when I read that part, what was that something that he did? Is that something that happened? It's just very, I don't know. It's just weird to me
I don't
that.
think so. I don't think so.
What's your opinion on one of the eyes missing?
I think that it was because they've put it here as other external decomp changes. I don't think that it's coming up under any kind of trauma. So I think that
It's just like maybe that part of the head was exposed.
yes, because they're saying liquefaction of the soft tissues, and that if you, I mean, from what we've read, there's very little. There's a lot that they can't tell because of it. So it's. I think it's just part of the process. Otherwise, I do think they would have put it in.
It was just odd to me. I was like, one of the eyeballs is gone.
Yeah, I think it is decomp. Internal organs and tissue, postmortem, softening, crepitation, and discoloration marked. Evidence of traumatic injury. Other traumatic injuries, disclaimer for labeling measuring wounds. The order in which the injuries are described is for descriptive purposes only and is not intended to imply the sequence of injuries. All medical examiner diagrams are not intended to be facsimils, nor are they drawn to scale. Diagrams used for injuries. Skin defect. Entrance involving the right abdomen, 21 inches below the top of the head and 1 inch right of the midline, is a 3/4 inch length penetrating wound with smooth edges. The wound is orientated in the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions. Path, the wound track sequentially perforates the skin and soft tissue of the right abdomen and the liver. Depth, the wound track has an approximate depth of 1 to 1.5 inches. Direction, front to back. Wow. Okay. Skin defect. Entrance involving the lateral left lower chest, 15 inches below the top of the head and 6 inches left of the midline, is the 16-inch penetrating wound with smooth edges. Path, the wound track sequentially perforates the skin and soft tissue of the lateral left lower chest, left intercostal space, and enters the left chest cavity. Depth, the wound track has a depth of at least 2 inches. Direction, left to right. Associated findings, the adjacent ribs show disruption of the cortical bone. Other findings, diagrams used. Multiple skin defects are also present over the torso, with many perforating the skin and soft tissue without identifiable soft tissue hemorrhage or associated internal organ injuries. They range from 5 to 16 inches to one. Sorry, the way it's typed, I don't completely understand how to say it. 1 to 3/4 inches in greatest dimension. Multiple superficial linear abrasions are also noted on the right dorsal hand. The upper and lower extremities show full thickness, dismemberment with relatively flat cut surfaces through the soft tissue and bone. No discernible hemorrhage is identified at these sites. Multiple fragments of blue plastic material are found embedded in the cut surfaces. Representative fragments are allocated by the medical examiner criminalist and submitted to the evidence department on September 8, 2025. The right upper extremity is dismembered 9 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left upper extremity is dismembered 6 inches from the top of the shoulder. The left fourth and fifth fingers are amputated. The right lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One side is 12 inches from the top of the leg, and the other is 10 inches from the bottom of the heel. The left lower extremity is dismembered in 2 places. One side is 9 inches from the top of the leg, and the other is 15 inches from the bottom of the head. Okay. Internal examination, body cavities, organs in normal anatomic position, yes. Right pleural cavity smooth, left pleural fluid none. Left pleural cavity smooth, left pleural fluid none. Peritoneal fluid none, peritoneal surfaces smooth. Cardiovascular system, heart weight 100 grams, shape usual. Pericardium intact, no adhesions. Pericardial fluid none, epicardial surface smooth. Coronary ostia normally positioned, stenosis none. Foramen ovale closed. Septal defects none. Coronary artery dominance, right dominant coronary artery atherosclerosis none. Coronary arteries follow normal anatomic course, yes. Left anterior descending artery stenosis none. Left circumflex artery stenosis none. Right coronary artery stenosis none. Chamber dilation none. Heart valves description, leaflets thin, delicate, absent of vegetations, absent of anaromas, no annual calcification. I'm sorry, some of the words I don't know.
Hey, you're doing better than I could.
Cordiae tendinae thin. Okay.
Figaro. I don't. Yeah, you're doing better than me. Figaro.
Okay. Myocardium, usual consistency. Endocardium, smooth and glistening. Thickness, not including trabeculations.
Figaro.
Left ventricular free wall 0.7 centimeters, right ventricular free wall 0.3 centimeters, septum 0.4 centimeters. Pulmonary artery, appropriate caliber, normal configuration. Ascending aorta, appropriate caliber without tortuosity or widening. Normal configuration, no atherosclerosis. Major arteries arising from aortic arch, normal configuration, patent. Thoracic aorta, appropriate caliber without tortuosity or widening. Normal configuration, no atherosclerosis. Abdominal area. Appropriate caliber without tortuosity or widening. Normal configuration, no atherosclerosis. Venae cavae, patent thin walled.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Yeah.
Is there a doctor in the house? I'm just kidding. Figaro.
Okay. Respiratory system. Epiglottis, larynx, trachea. Absent of lesions, unobstructed. Lung weight, right lung weight 100 grams, left lung weight 100 grams. Right lung parenchyma. Other severe postmortem changes. Left lung parenchyma, other severe postmortem changes. Bronchi patent. Bronchial mucosa smooth and glistening. Tongue. Absence of trauma and lesions. Esophageal mucosa intact. Stomach. Contents absent. Pill fragments absent. Gastric mucosa intact with usual rugal folds without ulcers or mass lesions. Appendix present. Other fecal present in lumen. No perforation identified. Small intestine without significant pathologic findings. Wide intestine without significant pathologic findings. Liver weight.
I must have missed it. Have they got to the kidneys?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Gerald brings up a question. Was she missing a kidney?
Oh, I don't know.
If we missed it. Did
I don't think we've covered it yet, but we're only on page 9 of 26. So
right.
Yeah. Okay. Liver weight 225 grams. Liver capsule. Others. See evidence of traumatic injury. And from what I understand, that's the injury to the liver that they're saying implying that he stood by while that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Liver parenchyma. Consistency soft, color red brown. Cirrhosis absent. Gallbladder present, normal. Bile volume none. Calculi absent. Pancreas other unremarkable. Other digestive system findings. Severe post-mortem changes noted. Urinary tract. Here we go. Right kidney weight 50 grams. Left kidney weight 50 grams. So
there you
kidneys.
Go. Both kidneys.
Kidney. Yes. Kidneys surfaces smooth, color red brown. Corticomedullary junctions. Other corticomedullary junctions. Severe postmortem changes noted. Calculi absent. Bladder absent of mucosal lesions. Volume and color of urine empty. Other urinary tract findings. Severe postmortem changes noted. And this female reproductive tract. When I was watching a video that had Joe Scott Morgan in it, he noted that this part he felt it was too brief. Like they should have.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In that video I sent you, because of this question.
The one we're going to get into?
Yeah.
Okay.
This question of whether or not, whether or not there was a pregnancy, he said that he felt that this section of the autopsy was lacking. He seemed to think they should have done or written more.
That's interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, uterus present and not enlarged and without endometrial lesions and hemorrhage. Ovaries and fallopian tubes appropriate for age. Without lesions. Yeah. So severe postmortem changes noted, as with everything. Endocrine system, adrenal parenchyma, autolyzed, thyroid present, color pale, appearance symmetric. Pituitary other not identified due to severe postmortem changes. Lympho-reticular system. Spleen weight 50 grams. Spleen smooth, intact with dark red parenchyma. Bone marrow dark red and trebeculated. Lymph nodes not enlarged. Thymus other not identified due to severe postmortem changes. Other lympho-reticular system findings. Severe postmortem changes noted. Musculoskeletal system. Body framework normal. Vertebral column and ribs normal, curative. Ribs see evidence of traumatic injury. Vertebral bodies no fractures. Head and nervous system. Scalp other. Predominantly skeletonized. Calvarium, normal thickness. Brain weight, 600 grams. Jira, normal without subdural fluid collection. Lep- leptomeninges, other severe postmortem changes. Cerebral hemispheres, other severe postmortem changes. Base of brain, severe postmortem changes. Circle of villi, severe postmortem changes. Cerebellum, severe postmortem changes. Brain stem, severe postmortem changes. Spinal cord not examined. Special senses, eyes not dissected. Examination procedures and ancillary testing. Photography taken, yes. Photos taken prior to and during the examination. Special dissection, layer-wise anterior neck dissection. Trauma, no. Strap muscle hemorrhage, no. Carotid sheath hemorrhage, no. Thyroid cartilage injury, no. Hyoid bone fracture, no. Cervical neck injury, no. Nothing reviewed by DME. Clothing reviewed by DME, no. Tissue retention, stock jars, quantity 2. Histology key. Applicable microscopic diagnoses and description. Diagnoses: liver, severe postmortem changes. Slide 1. Tissue type, liver. Microscopic description. Representative section of liver shows extensive autolysis that precludes further evaluation. Additional samples taken. Finger typing, nails, liver, jawbone typing, bone. Ancillary testing. Radiology, please see prior postmortem procedures radiology section for details. Toxicology, histology. And is this a okay. This is the substances screen. I'm not sure what the codes mean here, where it's got present and then there's PP or ND.
It's okay. It's all on the screen. So
Okay.
that's the important thing. Even while reading these docs, everything is on the screen. So that way, if
Okay.
anybody is curious as to what specifically is typed in the doc, it is shown on the screen at all times. So
Okay, yeah. So, but all of them that they've mentioned, except for 2, have ND, and then 2 of them have PP. Okay, then the screen confirmation. It's the same stuff.
there's a lot of stuff in that doc. There is. For some reason, it wouldn't let me share it on YouTube earlier. So I'm gonna try and share it again and see if it goes through.
Okay.
In case anybody wants it.
Yeah, that might help because I know I'm stumbling over some of the words.
Let's see if YouTube will let me know. Because it's being weird how like sometimes it's not. Let's see. Okay, it did go through. Cool. All right, there we go.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit for the diagram so that people can
And
see.
also, if you go to Twitter, the photos are up there. Thanks to Gerald, I retweeted it. Thank you, Gerald. And these are the photos in the doc, and then also the link right there takes you, and you can have your own copy of this document as well.
Yes.
And any of these docs that we went through today, you can just click on the chat or the live replay, and you'll be able to have them for yourself.
Yes. So, and the diagram that's up now is pretty much showing what we've read with the two primary injuries.
There we go. That way I have it full screen for you.
Okay. So yeah, I think this is pretty much everything we've read, but they've just made it visual. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, this is like, I think, admin for what we've read. This is okay. There's redacted stuff, I guess, because of her.
Yeah.
This is identification stuff. So, and this is just confirmation of the autopsy. Okay. Okay. Okay, investigators' narrative. Information sources: LAPD, West Bureau, Homicide Detective Lamberti. Investigation. On 9/8/2025 at 1:47, Detective Lamberti reported a homicide death to medical examiner clerk Celine Guzman. Acting Watch Commander E. Burns assigned me this field death investigation at 2:04. I confirmed the criminalist response with criminalist Anthony Martinez at approximately 2:30. I arrived on scene at 3:19 and cleared the scene at around 6:30. Senior forensic attendant M. Aparicio transported the decedent to the Department of Medical Examiner. Location of death was the Mansfield Avenue address. Informant witness statement. I spoke with LAPD West Bureau Homicide Detective Lamberti on scene. He prefaced his statement by informing me that this case was being actively transferred to LAPD Robbery Homicide Division by Detective Byers. Information is preliminary and subject to change due to the ongoing investigation. He told me that on 8/26/2025, a passerby called the Los Angeles Department of Transportation to report an abandoned black Tesla parked on the street. LADOT employees cited vehicle on 9/3/2025, impounded it on 9/5/2025, and towed it. On 9/8/2025, a manager noticed a foul odor emanating from the vehicle and reported it to Auto Detective Clore. Detective Clore inspected the car's front trunk and discovered a large black zippered body bag with handles. He partially opened the bag to reveal remains and more remains. Due to obvious signs of death, he pronounced death on scene at 11 o'clock without medical intervention. There is no person of interest in custody at this time, and charges are pending. No weapon recovered. Decedent's identity is unknown. Scene description. The location was on the second story of a police garage impound lot situated on the northwest corner of North Mansfield Avenue and Romaine Street. There are multiple miscellaneous vehicles parked throughout the lot. The decedent was lying inside the front trunk of Tesla, redacted. The Tesla was parked on the southeast quadrant of the lot facing east. The front trunk was open and yellow police tape surrounded the nearest vehicles, including the Tesla. From a distance, a black body bag was visible and exposed inside the front trunk of the car. I did not observe any illicit substances or alcohol on scene. No weapons were located during my scene examination. Okay. Remains examination. I observed the decedent's posterior remains prone in the body bag inside the front trunk of the Tesla. Her head was orientated towards the north. She appeared of intermediate age and ethnicity with dark hair and natural teeth. She was wearing a tube top, underwear, leggings, and socks. I observed multiple holes in the front and the back of the tube top. She was missing both arms above the elbows and both legs above the knee. The underneath of the bag was a black trash bag that contained the decedent's bilateral arms and legs. They appeared to have been dismembered into several fragments. The decedent was in an advanced state of decomp demonstrated by foul odor, discoloration, liquefaction, insect activity, partial skeletonization, and skin slippage. I noted approximate 1-inch linear defect on her abdomen and a
Oh,
circular defect on her left flank.
mm,
Yeah. The left ring and pinky finger appear to have been removed, and I did not locate them during my scene examination. She had a tattoo that reads "shh" on the inside of her right index finger. I did not observe any other scars or tattoos, discernible scars or tattoos. Identification: the decedent was not ID viewable due to decomposition of the face and was not live scanned due to waterlogged fingers. She was assigned Jane Doe 550. Per investigator Magdalena on 9/16/2025 at 8:15, Dr. Law positively identified the decedent as Celeste Abigail Rivas Hernandez via dental radiograph comparison. Next of kin notification. Per investigator Magdalena, Detective Joshua Byers notified the decedent's parents via telephone. Tissue donation not addressed. Autopsy notification. Detective Byers requested a 2-hour autopsy notification. See case notes for confidential contact information. Evidence. Oh, sorry. Okay. Leggings collected on 2025-9/8 at approximately 8:06. Criminalist non-tox Plates Oscar. Underwear collected at approximately 5. Criminalist non-tox Plates Oscar. Socks ×2 collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 6:06. Criminalist non-tox Plates Oscar. Shirt collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 5:04 hours. Criminalist non-tox Plates Oscar. Body bag collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 6:25 hours. Criminalist non-tox Plates Oscar. Body bag handles, top and bottom, collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 6:16. Criminalist non-tox Plates Oscar. Body bag side hand. Sorry, I keep doing that. Hold on. Side handles collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 6:19. Okay. Hair collected 2025-09/08 at approximately 7:43. Insects collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 4:51. Yeah. Swab of handle top collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 4:09. Swab of handle sides collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 4:06. Swab of zipper bottom collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 4:04. Swab of zipper top collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 4:14. Toenail DNA reference collected on 2025-09/17 at approximately 9:46. Trace 1 blue plastic pieces on right leg collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 5:20. Trace 2 blue plastic pieces on legs and arms collected on 2025 at approximately 5:52. Trash bag collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 6:25. Zipper bottom collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 6:13. Zipper top collected on 2025-09/08 at approximately 6:12. Okay, forensic laboratories, criminalist reports, investigating agency, Los Angeles Police Department robbery homicide division, investigating officer J. Byers, agency report number 25, 1685, 57, timeline. On September 8, 2025, at 1:52, I received the request from medical examiner criminalist A. Martinez for evidence collection at a scene. At 2:58, I departed the Forensic Science Center for the scene with senior criminalist A. Martinez. At 3:27, we arrived at the scene. At 4:04 hours, I began processing evidence. At 6:40, we departed the scene. At 7:16, we arrived back at FSC. At 7:43 hours, I completed evidence collection. Okay. Additional personnel involved: medical examiner personnel, investigator Kate Tapia collected personal property, examined the remains, and photographed clothing. Senior criminalist A. Martinez took most of the notes. Senior forensic attendant M. Aparicio transported the decedent. LAPD personnel, Detective J. Byers and photographer M.C. Salaberry. Scene description. The scene occurred in a parking structure at the North Mansfield Avenue, Los Angeles, California. On the second floor of the parking structure was a black Tesla Model X with Texas license plate redacted. The Tesla was parked facing east with multiple cars nearby. The decedent was in the enclosed storage compartment located under the hood at the front of the Tesla, known as the frunk. A decedent description. Prior to my arrival, the frunk was open and the body bag was unwrapped and opened to view the decedent. The decedent was dismembered, was inside a black body bag and a black trash bag. The decedent was severely decomped, and there was decomp fluid on the outside and inside of the bags. The decedent was female and had dark hair.
On the outside too. That means that they opened the bag and looked at it and moved something inside and then touched the outside of the bag.
Probably, yeah.
Oh. Man, that's so gross.
The decedent was female and had dark hair with decomp fluid and insect activity. Also, insect activity was observed on the body bag. The body bag had a zipper, 3 handles in each length side, and a handle on the top and bottom with end. The body bag took most of the frunk space. Inside the frunk, the bag contained the decedent's remains in a prone position. The decedent's head pointed north and her thighs pointed south. The trash bag was at the south end of the frunk beneath the body bag. The trash bag was tied and contained the decedent's limbs. The decedent's arms were removed at the bicep, and the legs were removed below the knee. Before moving the body bag, the handles and zippers
below
were
the
swapped.
knee. Isn't that weird?
I was also I was checking if I read that correctly, but yeah.
Very odd. Below the knees. It's just so weird.
The bags were they were removed from the frunk and placed on a plastic sheet. The decedent was then removed from the bags and put on another plastic sheet. The decedent's left hand was missing a ring and pinky finger. The decedent was wearing a discolored tube shirt, discolored underwear, black leggings, and black socks. The shirt appeared to have 3 cut artifacts. The leggings were cut around the knees, with the upper zip portion on the torso, lower portions rolled down to both ankles.
So he dismembered her with her clothes on. He didn't eat what? My God.
Yeah.
That is so. That had to, the way that the inside of the bag looked. Oh my gosh. Seeing limbs chainsawed off and the clothes ripped with it as well. I just, oh, God, crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And they've redacted something at the end here, and with how bad this document is, I can't imagine how bad that is, because I don't think it's anybody's personal information. So I don't know what that's.
Oh, man. It just, the more you read, the more it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Evidence collected. I collected the following items of evidence on September 8, 2025. They released to ME Evidence Custodian A. Gonzalez on September 11, 2025 at 9:33. Except insects, body bag, and trash bag. The insects were released to ME Evidence Custodian A. Gonzalez on September 11, 2025 at 9:50. Hair kit collected in a head hair kit and packaged and sealed into a black biohazard bag. Insects collected in a plastic container with 70% alcohol and packaged and sealed into a brown paper bag. The following evidence items were collected, packaged into an individual swab box, and sealed into the same physical evidence envelope. Swabs of the inside of the handles of the body bag, swabs of the top of the handles of the body bag, swabs of the zipper of the body bag, and swabs of the bottom zipper of the body bag. The following items were cut from the body bag, packaged and sealed individually into a PE envelope. The PE envelopes were then placed and sealed in the same black biohazard bag. Body bag top and bottom handles ×2 wrapped together in butcher paper. Body bag side handles ×6 wrapped together in butcher paper. Zipper top placed in a coin envelope. Zipper bottom placed in a coin envelope. The following items were collected, wrapped in a separate white paper, bindless, and sealed individually into a PE envelope. The PE envelopes were then placed and sealed in the same black biohazard bag. Trace 1, blue plastic pieces on the right leg attached to the torso, and trace 2, blue plastic pieces on the legs and arms. Okay. The following items were collected, placed into the same black biohazard bag, then placed into a BPB and sealed inside another black biohazard bag. Leggings, 3 pieces, underwear, shirt, and socks ×2. The following items were collected, placed, and sealed in the same black biohazard double bag. Detective J. Byers authorized the disposal of the bags on September 18, 2025 at 12:44. Body bag and trash bag. Additional information: clothing photographed by investigator K. Tapia on September 9, 2025 during scene processing. And yeah, that's the whole thing.
All right. Thank you for that. And Jay Gallagher brings up a great question too. I was wondering about the 2 chainsaws. So I have a poll up, and after we got done reading that, I want to ask you some questions along his chat, and we'll do a StreamYard live call if anybody wants to call in real quick, and before we get into the lawn crime. Or we could do the live call in after the lawn crime. It's up to you, Rosie. But I have a poll up, and the poll is, do you think David did this crime alone, or do you think he had help? If you're on replay, drop it in the comment section and let me know what you think and why. But go ahead and vote. Do you think he did it alone? 1, 2, or 3. Alone, had help, or undecided? What do you think, Rosie? Do you think? I think he tried to do it himself because he would have had the other person drop the car off. I think the 2 chainsaws was him thinking, well, shit, if I get one and it don't work, or if I'm cutting her up and something happens to it and it gets jammed up, I have a backup. But Other people are also feeling that that's the reason why he had help or that he had help. What do you think? Do you think he did it alone or do you think he had help? And go ahead and vote. Let me know what you think as well.
I think I'm undecided. I'm not sure. If I had to pick, I think he had help, but I'm not quite sure. Um, I'm not sure.
What makes you think he had help? The two chainsaws or something else in the evidence?
Um, the two definitely, but also just it's a very very exhausting thing that we're reading about here. Like it's just I think I struggle to see him going through all of that completely by himself, but then at the same time, I struggle to see who would help with that, you know? So that's
Yeah.
why I say undecided, because I am
Do you
very
think the best
undecided.
friend helped?
I mean,
Do you think that's how they possibly know that he watched her bleed out?
I mean, the kind of person who can do this is very, very rare. So the fact, like, for them to be two of them, and they're, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if anyone, then probably the best friend. And if he did have help, then I agree that there probably is a witness to the comments that they made there about him standing by. But I'm really struggling to settle on whether or not he had help. I'm leaning towards he did. Uh, this is not something you can really do alone.
You don't think so? He didn't
My
really cover his
heavens.
tracks. Don't you think? Okay, this is why I'm still on the fence of him doing it alone, right? Because don't you think if you had help, you would have had somebody else say, hey, dude, maybe we shouldn't do this way? There's so many things that
Mm.
are just like, man, you stupid. You stupid. Um I
It's
just I if anything, he would have been the scapegoat guinea pig like the porch guy in Nancy Guthrie's case, right? He's not the mastermind. And the mastermind doesn't have the motive. The only person that has the motive to commit that crime and do it that way is the mastermind of that crime that has the motive. And that is who we see all this evidence tied to. And I just
yes.
think he would have had a friend that would have said, hey, dude, maybe don't have these items delivered at your house. You know, hey,
That's
maybe
true.
don't be the one to drop her body off. Hey, how about you go put her body somewhere else instead of leaving it in the car that's registered to you? Like, I feel like his friend or whoever would have said, yo, dude, no. Because if a friend is helping David out, that friend has just as much interest in getting away with it as David does. And that's why the friend would step up and be like, dude, no, you need to do it like
Mm.
this. I just, I don't see it. But that's me. That's my side of the
Yeah.
fence. There's two
No,
sides,
that's a really good
you know?
point. And yeah.
What's up? What's up, Susan? Thank you, Susan. Alone. I see
Mhm.
also, Jay Gallagher. I think she's leaning on multiple. Let me scroll up in the comments here. I saw other people discussing the multiple. I think Gerald maybe mentioned it. Yeah, it's. I think I see most people saying had help than alone, but I just don't see two peas in a pod being that stupid. I see one of them being that stupid. I don't see two peas in a pod that have the same interest in getting away with this, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And like we said earlier, it does seem to be something that he appeared to have some kind of an interest or fascination with, like There's
The
definitely
music
something there.
videos, the music in the
Yeah.
music videos, the lyrics.
So maybe I'm approaching it from a mindset that's just too normal. Maybe it is something that he had like thought out, like thought about and did alone.
Well, think about it like this, right? We still have to do that other interview for the book, but by the way, look for this book that's going to be coming out from Rosee here in the future. But think about when you were doing the interview with me about the book, about the serial killer call signs and the habits of that serial killer, right? And you were
Yeah.
interviewing me about that part of the book. You know how descriptive that was and how plotted and how each thing was connected in a weird way, you know, and how I broke all that down. That's just what I'm doing when it comes to David and his actions.
Yeah.
This, you know what I'm saying? Now, the other people, maybe we'll air the interview one day and put it out there on the audio waves. So you guys, after the book's out, you guys will get like behind the scenes interview audios and stuff like that. But yeah, that's just where I'm coming from when it comes to David and what he did and what took place and how it took place and how, okay, if this is the map, if this is the diagram, if this is what is shown to us, just like with the Idaho 4 stuff, just like with any of these cases, if this is what presents itself, Stephen Smith, I was the first one saying that this was two people that committed this crime that lived right down the road, and 3 years later, they changed the investigation from an accident to a homicide, and those two people are the sole suspects. This
Yeah.
stuff, this is what makes sense to me. And I just don't see the help. But that's just me. We'll see. We'll see what happens when the evidence fully comes out in the trial. Because,
Good
hey,
point.
I'm not
Yeah.
100%. I'm not 100%. And I'm not always right. And he could have definitely had help. And there could definitely be two dumbass peas in a pod because that does exist. It does. There could be two people that damn stupid to commit this crime the way that they did, but thank God they did because the justice can happen for Celeste. What's up, Kib Kitty? Thank you for hopping in. Just a thought, but could the brother have been there, Jay Gallagher? I kind of brought that up in the beginning of the show. That definitely could be because look at what the brother's doing. He's trying to capitalize off of it. He's saying that he didn't know. He's also the one in one of the videos. Like I said, in a future episode, we're going to have all of the interviews and the videos
Yes.
put together so
Yes.
you guys can see it all in one episode. If anybody else wants to do it, go ahead and put it together. Send me whatever, and I'll repost it, retweet it, whatever, and highlight your work. If anybody else wants to put the clips together, we'll definitely highlight you and showcase you on the channel if you want to. But we're going to go through that in another episode so you guys can see, now that we went through all these documents and we shared the evidence with you and the map, the diagrams, the timelines, everything, then you're going to see these interviews if you haven't seen them all, and you're going to sit there and go, holy hell. And I'm not going to, I would like to have little clips of that music video that shows what he. Now, I'm not going to have the music in it, but I want to show clips of the music video so people can also see what the hell we're
Yes.
talking about, even if it's
Yes.
screenshots. Screenshots would probably be better so we don't get slapped with a copyright, but you can literally see what the hell we're talking about when it comes to what Rosee brought up in the imagery of what he was portraying while you're listening to his interviews discuss low key what happened and what he did and then how it influences his music career, his inspiration, his talent. Very sickening. Very sickening. But let's see. I've been in the bushes. I can't imagine someone capable of doing this. Twisted, CJ, and Rosee, informative live. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it very much. Somebody in his inner circle might be working with the feds. That's what I was thinking about the best friend. Not that the best friend helped commit the crime. Again, like I said, David got to a point where they found the body. He wasn't getting arrested. He was thinking he got away with it. His ego took over, and that's when he started having loose lips, because loose lips sink ships, and it was of his own doing. And if he wouldn't have been having loose lips, the evidence was already, I mean, again, we haven't even gone to trial, and we see how much evidence is there, overwhelming. And shout out to the medical examiner, the prosecution, the investigators. Shout out to all of them for being able to pick up all of this. And they got to have so much more if this is all that they included for the preliminary hearing. I can't imagine what they got.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these documents did not hold back on what they have, so
Mm-mm.
I can't even imagine trial. I cannot.
No, I can't either. And it will, honestly, it's probably a good thing that it probably won't be televised, because, man, that would be tough. I'm going to be honest with you. That would be a tough trial to cover.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very tough.
I actually also think that would be for the best.
Just reading all this stuff. Horrible, 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 horrible. That poor. I want to share this little video real quick from TMZ. This is. Let me go ahead and mute it. This is from TMZ. This is people leaving flowers at Celeste's gravesite. So let me go ahead and do the full screen on this too, so y'all can see it. Whoops, not News Nation. Let me put this up here. There we go. Properly credit. Poor kid.
Yeah.
Had no idea, you know?
Yeah.
Threatening to ruin his music career, and this dude goes demonic. Really. It's like I said in the beginning of the show, the devil done took over him. It took over him. Poor thing. But yeah, so we're going to get into this lawn crime episode again. Thank you all for being here. We're doing an extended show for you today. Also, we have a notification out for tomorrow's weekly show, the Sunday morning, the latest true crime weekly updates, where we discuss new cases, all the other cases, the updates, just to keep everybody updated as we end the week and get into starting the new week. So we have a notification out already. Go ahead and hop on out real quick and click that noti on and save it, or save it to a playlist, and then hop back in and join us as we watch the 5 pieces of forensic evidence haunting David's murder case. And one of my favorites, Joe Scott Morgan. When I first, he's had, ever since the beginning, when I first started, I don't know if anybody knows this, but when I first started my channel 4 years ago, I first started my channel 4 years ago, even though I took a break for pretty much almost a year total when you add it up. About 4 years ago, I created my show. We ended up becoming a true crime show because of the Idaho 4 case. something that we covered, something that we dug into, something I went boots on the ground, something that we investigated. And in that first few months that I started venturing in the new path of my existence, Joseph Scott Morgan followed me on Twitter in the very beginning because he liked a lot of my content and I appreciated it. And he retweeted my stuff too. And so ever since the beginning, I've always just really because let's be honest, like you can listen to Joe Scott Morgan and everything he tells you is so knowledgeable and brings so
Yeah.
much information to any case that he discusses. And so I don't just support him because he supported me in the very beginning, but I support him because he really does bring a lot to the table when
Yes.
it comes to
It
these
does.
discussions, information, perspective. Very intelligent, and I'm so glad that he's around and able to do stuff like this, hop on these episodes.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I think I learned something from him every single time. Every time.
So shout out to Joseph Scott Morgan. This is Law and Crime, so we're going to go ahead and get into that. Is there anything that you want to mention before we get into this that we might not have talked about or covered? And we'll go ahead and open up a live call after we get into this episode just to see how much time we do have left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hadn't gone through the documents in depth, so I think it's natural that I was quite shocked going through some of the stuff there. Even though, like, I've read autopsies and these kinds of documents before, but this must be the worst I've read. I think I have to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it reminds me of Gannon Stouch. When you're getting into those documents and you're seeing
Mhm.
everything that took place, like the way the body was, how long, discarded
Yeah.
off the yeah, it just what was done to the body, it reminds you it's a child right around
Yeah.
the same age. It just reminds you of the horrificness of that case. I wonder what was on the 40 terabytes they found on his devices. Probably because he was a content creator, video game, by the way. I do play some video games over at the lounge. We're back at the lounge. So if you're not subbed up, please do. And here's the link for that. If you're not subbed up and you want to come hang out, I'll be doing a police simulator episode and a trucking sim episode, driving around with the wheel, coming up later on. So come over and hang out there if you're not subbed up. But when you're a content creator, like especially games, and he was of Fortnite, that's how he started off. That's how he got popular, was because he was making his own music to play in the background of his games, because you can't use music anymore. So when you're doing those kind of edits, because he got famous from doing edits, doing edits and games and all that, you're constantly downloading multiple VODs, videos. You're downloading multiple videos, one with the audio, one with the video, one with the overlays, one with all these different things, because then when you go to create your edits, you might not want the audio included on this section. You might not want the overlays included on this section. So you basically record it. You split it up in 4 different videos. So I imagine a lot, like, listen, I have 5 terabytes of boots on the ground footage, and that's a lot. I don't record my video game stuff like that because I don't make clips out of it. So, I don't need to hold that much data, but I could see at least 30 terabytes of data probably being gaming gaming related, um, content creation, video game related. Definitely, it's going to take up a lot of terabytes. Now, the other 10 terabytes, it's up for you to decide, really. 5 to 10 terabytes, it's up to you to decide. Now, we've heard all of the stuff that was included, like CP, you know what I'm saying? Videos, pictures of underage nature on his devices. And they said it wasn't just Celeste. So you can imagine, that's why I'm saying 5 to 10 terabytes. You let me know what's on that other. What do you think? I think he was definitely a sick MFer, and Celeste wasn't his only victim. That's why in the beginning I'm saying, what else has this dude done in the dark?
Yeah. Agreed.
So, I mean, you can, I'm not going to come out and say it, but you can, you know where I'm coming from. He had evidence of pics of Celeste that were, yep, exactly. That's a good way to put it. And he probably had, gross. The devil done took over him. That's for sure. What's up, Official Skull? What about rumors of her having a groomer? I've heard those too. We were talking about that a little earlier, about how the family allowed some other stuff in the past. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for sure. They're definitely. I mean, what do you think, Rosee? I think they are going to fry him in court. They really are. He's
Deep
going to.
fry.
Oh, deep fry.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big time. Yeah, he's super cooked. Super cooked. If you're enjoying the live stream, help us reach more people and help us hit the algorithm, get back into it. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. It's the free way to help us. And we do appreciate you. By the way, we got 2 membership tiers as well. We have the media memberships, where you get exclusive content as well, but we also have Private Eyes, which is the new membership tier that we opened up, where we are uploading raw HD boots on the ground footage for the Private Eyes. We had some Idaho 4 juicy uploads up there. I do have still a bunch. Like I said, I got 5 terabytes, but I'm going to be spreading out other cases and kind of mixing it up. But I do include the file number of each upload, so that way you can always have it in order no matter what case I upload. I'm going to be uploading some Micah Miller HD raw footage coming up soon for the Private Eye tier membership. Some deep woods on the boat, all sorts of stuff. You're going to get exclusive, unpublished, and unseen for the most part raw HD footage of my boots on the ground work and investigations, searches, all that stuff. Plenty more. A bunch of different cases we worked on. 2 handfuls so far, and more to come here. So that's for the Private Eyes, because I don't get a chance to look through all the footage. And so if you're a Private Eye, that's why I call it the Private Eye. You might be able to dig in footage that I haven't even been able to check out and go, CJ, you need to check this out at this timestamp. I can go to my raw footage, 4K, 5.3K. Who knows? It could be a break in any of these cases that we work on. So it is Private Eye. What was his justification? I know he got arrested last. I knew you guys mentioned that he couldn't get or didn't have an indictment. Well, they're having another court date coming up. Oh my gosh, when is the next court date? I know it's soon. Do you remember the court date, Rosee?
I'm looking,
I'm
but
trying to think. Sorry, I'm still not feeling good. So my brain. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I was going to say it was like 20 something. I got another. JP Miller's got a court date coming up on the 21st. There's going to be, like I said, with my new intro, we worked on that case. I told you guys from before he was even arrested or indicted or even had the FBI raid that there was more stuff that was going to come because I already knew about it. I just couldn't share nothing. And there's going to be more stuff tacked on to JP Miller's indictment. So he's got a new court case coming up May 21st. And I just want to say to the whole team, for any of these cases that we worked on, boots on the ground, investigate, especially you, Rosee, the last 3 to 4 years that we've been out there. Rosee especially, because while I've been out there, Rosee was holding down the hosting duties. So really, she's been a special co-host for 3 years. And thank you to you and the whole team for all we're seeing a lot of the fruits that we worked so hard on
Yeah.
start to come to fruition because all this stuff takes time. But shout out to all you guys for everything because it wasn't just me, it was a whole team effort to do all the work that we did on these different cases so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank you to you as well. I know it was extremely hard work, and
It's
it was,
dangerous, but
yeah,
it comes with the gig, and that's why I was made for it.
yeah, yes. Well, it's a whole team effort as well, and I mean, it's good to see the fruits of it.
Especially with JP Miller coming up. So if you follow the Micah Miller case, I'll be uploading some new footage for that where she passed away, deep in the woods background discussions. I come across stuff that doesn't make sense. You'll see what I'm talking about when you see it. Already turned it in to the authorities back then. But we did a lot of work with the authorities for that case especially. But with that new court date coming out, May 21st, I can't wait. Yes, JP Miller, the pastor from Myrtle Beach, Micah Miller. Trust us, we did a lot. I can't wait. I can't wait for. Trust us, Idaho 4, we did work. That stuff was going to be introduced in the trial. Micah Miller, Sebastian, Stephen Smith, all sorts of stuff, yeah. But boots on the ground footage, private eye, 5 terabytes total. It'll take me quite a while to upload it all, but like I said, I'll be doing uploads constantly. Each week you're going to get something, multiple items. And this week I'm going to be doing Micah Miller uploads. So let me know what you think on those. All right. And thank you again for your support. All right, Rosee, let's get into this episode with Joseph Scott Morgan, Law and Crime. She says that he says something real interesting. Uh-oh. We got to wait for Rosee here. Yeah, my problem is I never made playlists for my channels, so really, you just have to go to the live section, or you can go to the video section. I exposed a lot. There's still work on Micah's case that I'm not finished with. There's still work on Micah's case I haven't even finished yet. Like, if anybody remembers the church and the connection that I discovered for her route to Lumber River State Park and the coincidence of their last church service and what happened afterward. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's still. There's a lot of stuff that. How do I say this? It's a long road because there's a lot of connections to Micah's passing, and right now JP Miller is the first one, and the rest are going to fall off. But I exposed who else is connected and why Micah went the way that she did to Lumber River State Park and why she went to Lumber River State Park and who is involved. So yeah, you can definitely go to the video section and check that out. All right. This is everything okay over there? I want to make sure before
Yeah,
we.
yeah, sorry. I don't know why. I think it was a network drop, but it seems fine now.
Oh, no problem. Just want to make sure everything's all good. All right.
Yeah.
So this is Law and Crime episode Joseph Scott Morgan. This is discussing the 5 pieces of forensic evidence haunting David's murder case. We just broke down all the documents. Thank you again, Rosee, for reading those. Horrific stuff, that's for sure. And we're going to hear what they have to say.
I'm bringing back on forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan to go over the latest developments in the David murder case. Issues involving whether 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was ever pregnant. Was she potentially killed in Santa Barbara? Is there evidence of a cleanup? What will the defense do to fight back against maybe cause or manner of death? And if so, a lot of questions leading up to a major hearing on the horizon. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Forensics, analyzing the science, the body, the crime scene. It is the key to so many cases that we have covered here, and I think it is going to play a massive role in the David case. But I want to better understand it. I want to better understand how the potential evidence may tie to the singer. What answers are still missing? What is her autopsy, the alleged crime scene, the evidence tell us or not tell us? How is the defense going to be fighting back on this? And I'm talking, of course, about the 21-year-old romantic homicide singer charged with first-degree murder, continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14, and unlawful mutilation of human remains, all in connection with the death.
Holy hell, Jesse. All that hard work, Rosee. I want to, listen. I want to say, oh, where'd she go? Oh, it's going to make me do this. Rosee, I want to say thank you for the last 3 hours of all your hard work trying to make sure that this video doesn't get demonetized. Jesse just ruined it in about 7 seconds.
Okay. Well, you're welcome.
So we're not gonna earn anything from this video. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse.
Well, now that Jesse went ahead and ruined any kind of monetization on this video, we will go ahead and just let it go. Thank you again, Jesse.
The 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was found dead, reportedly in David's Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard back on September 8th of last year.
Jesse.
He's entered a not guilty plea. He's innocent until proven guilty. There is a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 26th, important date, because that is when the prosecution will present not all the evidence, but what they will say is sufficient evidence to support these charges to move forward with the case. But authorities say that David stabbed Celeste to death at his property to keep her quiet, that he lied in wait, that he had this alleged illegal sexual relationship with her, that she was a minor, killed her because she was a witness, that she was going to expose him, did it for financial gain, prevent her from tanking his career, which was at its peak. But again, I want to understand the forensics. Okay, I want to bring on Joseph Scott Morgan, forensic death investigator from Jacksonville State University, host of the Body Bags podcast. Hope everybody can check it out. Joseph's got like the best voice possible. I think in general for the podcast realm, but also particularly for that show. Thank you so much for taking the time. So I did a really super short opening so I could have a lot of time with you because I have a lot of questions. I don't know if you and I even talked about the medical examiner's report of the autopsy here on Sidebar. Just general impressions about that, because I do wonder, it tells us a lot, but then there's aspects of it I do wonder, how do authorities know this? So for example, prosecutors say in their brief, defendant stabbed the victim to death multiple times and stood by while she bled out. How did they know that?
That's a great question. That's the question that we brought up. How did they know that he watched her bleed out? I can't wait to hear what he has to say and what his opinion is. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. The guy is so weird that it's just, the devil, I'm going to keep saying it, the devil done took over him. That's some devil sadistic shit.
How do they know that? And I also wonder specifically, if I'm correct, they don't have the murder weapon.
No, to the best of my knowledge, they don't. But back to that earlier point, how do they know that he stood there? Because, look, I got to tell you, as an old investigator, you know where I get that kind of information from? It's not from the perpetrator. To say someone stands there and watches an individual bleed out, that comes from a witness. And that's the one thing that's left me scratching my head over.
Right. And a witness can be a person or video.
Yeah.
Video can be considered a witness too. So it could be like some kind of, I'm wondering if it's a security cam because he was stupid enough. He was stupid enough to have stuff delivered to his house, amongst other things,
Yeah.
leaving the body in the trunk. But I'm wondering if he didn't think about, because that was a very expensive rental. I'm wondering if security footage inside that property that listen, he's not the owner of the home. He doesn't know where all the security is. I'm wondering if it was security footage that caught the act, not only what he did when he committed the crime, but also what he did afterwards. I'm wondering if all that is on security footage. Very descriptive, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good point because I mean he's also saying like forensically there isn't really a way to know that like medically. So it has to be to do with some kind of witness, and it's a good point that, you know, surveillance is a witness.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep, it 100% is.
All of this. You know how? Because that is a huge leap. If you're talking about an investigative descriptor, that is such a leap to make that affirmative statement. Because I can tell you when their feet are put to the fire relative to any kind of trial that's going to come about, that question is going to be asked and it is going to have to be answered. You said in the report right here that he stood there while she bled out. So unless they have internal cameras that bore witness to this, unless there was something that was caught on a Tesla, you know, that's the only other path I can really go down relative to that.
Unless they're just assuming this based on the idea of, look, we can say multiple penetrating wounds, right? I believe that's what they said the cause of death was. And they're saying we're putting two together, right? She allegedly came to the house at this time. We know that he allegedly sent a text to her phone 20 minutes later. We believe a sharp instrument was used. And
well, yeah, because we're looking at, you know, we go back to what we read in that report, and we noticed that there was 3 cuts in the shirt.
Yeah.
You know, those are the locations. And then also the autopsy report, which explains the injuries to the internal organs. So it matches up with the cuts on the shirt, and that's how they know how initially she was deceased. Yeah. So when you read the autopsy report, you know, it tells a lot too, you know, especially even though she was that decomped. Thank God that they still were able to. The medical examiner did a phenomenal job. Shoot, they really did.
Not easy for them, and yeah, they did.
Not at all. Not easy at all.
So we are saying, of course, he stabbed her, and if he stabbed her, of course, he just waited for her to bleed out because he allegedly never called 911 or authorities, and so that's what they're assuming. But you're saying, in your experience, they shouldn't or wouldn't make that statement. There was no need to make that statement unless they have some sort of information.
Yeah, man, it's just such a huge leap, you know, to go down that road. For me, and I'm going to tell you that is going to have to be revealed in court. And you know as well as anybody that you cannot just kind of in some kind of pedestrian manner, you know, just go by and say, yeah, well, this is what happened. You're going to have to explain that. I mean, because people are going to want to know. This is arguably one of the most gruesome things that we've covered in some time. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter what people think, but I think that even the court is going to want that explained. If defense looks at this and said, how do they know that? They can't just say, well, we just know. They're going to have to lay that down, the facts, right? Just like in forensic science, we like to deal with the facts. We like to deal with those absolutes. When you get inside the courtroom, you have to state the facts of the case. And this is what they're saying is a fact of the case. So I'm going to be fascinated to see how this is explained because I don't know, man. Inquiring minds want to know, right?
This goes to another part, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I talked to Steve Fisher about this on my News Nation show. There was no cleaning supplies, right? There's no evidence that, as far as I can see in the filings, that there was this massive cleanup and luminol and things like that. And you're talking about a very graphic alleged crime of stabbing and dismemberment. So the reason I'm bringing this up is Steve has put forward this idea, a question about whether or not this killing happened, this alleged murder happened in the house. That she arrives 20 minutes later. He sends an alibi text. So this is from the prosecution's filing, and then I'll read you what Steve said. Despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property and destroy evidence. At approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23rd, 2025, he drove away from his home as he texted and called the victim's phone, asking where she was. Again, these were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short.
So I'm going to go ahead and pause it right there. Do you think, because there was no cleaning products, there was no liquid physical evidence left behind, do you think that he took the chainsaw? No, because that would... Hold on. Let me think here. What date was the order on the chainsaws? Trying to remember. Because to not have any signs of cleaning fluids, where else could it have taken place? Now, somebody in chat had mentioned a warehouse at some point when we were going through these documents. Some kind of warehouse or something. You did? What about the warehouse? About this warehouse? Do you remember what date the chainsaws were purchased in those docks? I can't remember.
Yes, that the chainsaws were purchased on the 1st of May, 2025.
Okay. So when he drove out, because they were discussing in this part about no chemical agents left behind to show that there was a cleanup. The inflatable plume, when you're talking about a chainsaw, there's going to be splatter going everywhere. And you would have to clean it up. There'd be cleanup. So the fact that it didn't happen there, he drove right after, he drove out to the hills and tried to dispose of her identification and such. Where do you think? So that's where he took her body to bury her first? That's where he took her body, maybe left her body there, wasn't buried, maybe left her body out there. Didn't have the burn cage yet either, so that's why the documents would have been left there undisturbed. He purchased the stuff, came back out, remembered where she was at, but couldn't remember where he left the documents at, so he couldn't get rid of those. And then used the inflatable pool to protect the ground from the majority of what he was doing. And the cast off, you wouldn't really notice it because little bits wouldn't be hitting a wall. It would be flying off who knows how far away into wilderness.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if there's no sign of a cleanup, then...
So he left her body for a week and a half.
Yeah, and I mean, if...
In the middle of
they-
summer. Oof.
So what I was going to say was, in this episode, I don't think they've gotten to it yet. They'll talk a lot about insects and stuff. Maybe there's a way that they can figure that out from the insects. You know, like the progression of where she was based on different areas. I'm not sure, but I'd imagine they
Oh.
can.
Man. That's just, oof,
Mhm.
too much. All right. We'll get back to this Santa Barbara where her passport was found. Yeah. Because he drove out, right? Like shortly after and then started texting her, "Where are you?" You know, some BS alibi, right?
Yeah.
He tried several times to hide her and settled on the bee cage.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
My gosh. Oof. All right, back to this.
Timeline after the victim's vicious murder.
Horrible
Defendant
to
drove his
think
Tesla
about.
north on the 101 freeway to San Marcos Pass Road, SR 154, near Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County. He returned home early the following morning on April 24, 2025, before going to a radio interview for the release of his album that week. He sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day, which obviously went unanswered because she was already dead. After April 26, 2025, defendant never attempted to contact her again. May 8, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home at around 11:30 p.m. He returned to the area again on May 31st, 2025. This is an isolated site off SR 154, where the victim's identification was subsequently discovered in January 2026. Additionally, on July 7, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence. Defendant's cellular activity and communications derived from defendant's phone and Tesla demonstrate defendant's activities from April 22nd to April 24th, including a trip to Santa Barbara in the middle of the night after the victim arrived at his Hollywood Hills home. Steve Fisher posted, "Can't stop thinking about the timeline of the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez," and put forward in the pre-trial brief. Could the 10:30 p.m. "Where are you" text messages actually be real and not a staged alibi? Could Celeste have walked away after an argument upon arriving in the Uber? Maybe those texts from David asking where she was were real, and after he didn't receive a response, he went looking for her, found her, and they ended up driving to Santa Barbara County where the killing actually occurred. You could have
Okay, I don't know, I'm going to ask you all, and I'm going to ask you too, Rosie. The text messages to Celeste, "Where are you?" Now, Steve Fisher brought that up on Law and Crime in another episode, and saying that it could be an argument for the defense to say, how do you know for sure? But if we're talking video evidence, if we're talking a witness, well, then that would be the evidence. But then when it comes to what if they don't have that, which is what we've suggested they have to have, what if they don't? And that could really, I mean, even though items were delivered, even though the car was registered in his name, even though the finger that had his name was removed, even though all of these other coincidental things that lead to David committing this crime, what is 100% for sure that he committed it? Do you think that could be a possibility? I don't think it's real. You all know how I feel about who's involved and how it went down, so none of that could exist in my theory. But it could be a theory that could be argued in court if they don't have that solid proof that we think that they have to make that statement that they did in the evidence.
Yeah, and I think that would also that would be problematic in terms of changing you know the statement where they were saying lying in wait, and if it was something like where there was an argument and she stormed off and he messaged her and then they went to Santa Barbara together, that makes it sound like a heated thing, like a spur of the moment fight that ended in what he allegedly did. And I get the impression that this was much more planned and calculated by him. And I think, look, in terms of that, I think that the evidence that they have is strong enough
Oh yeah,
for it not to matter, really.
overwhelming
Yeah,
to me,
I
but
mean,
we'll see.
I really think that those texts were some attempt at an alibi.
Yeah, a lame ass attempt. Where are you?
Yeah.
And then you don't message anymore after that. Like
Yeah.
you would think if you have this connection and relationship for this long, you would think
Mm.
more than one night you would be texting. You know, it'd be like the next day, hey, I didn't hear from you. Are you, you know, is everything okay?
Yeah.
There would be multiple days that there would have been,
Yeah.
you
And
know, if
maybe
you really
like
did have that.
much more effort, like keep trying to get hold of this person that is not answering. It's I think it's a very lame attempt at a alibi,
Yeah,
honestly.
Gerald, some demonic stuff harvesting her energy. I mean, when we get in the next show, when we get into all of the different interviews and photos and stuff like that, you uh, that was sadistic shit harvesting. I mean, it's just. I think we're gonna find out, like when trial happens, and if you know, we won't necessarily see a lot of the stuff with Celeste. But when it comes to David and what he was into, what he was doing, all that stuff's going to come out. It's all going to come out because he didn't cover up any of these tracks. He's not covering up the digital side. And I can imagine the stuff he was involved in. Watch it be some kind of sadistic ritual type shit. Guaranteed. Taking energy from children. It's in the books. Check it out.
Shut her phone off when finding her. In that scenario, her body could have remained along SR 154 for the roughly 12 days until the pool, body bag, laundry bags, and chainsaws were ordered and delivered. It is also worth noting the pool was ordered after her death, meaning it would not have contained blood from the actual killing. The DA's version of events is a very compressed timeline. Arrival at 10:10 p.m., a fatal stabbing, and then being composed enough to send an alibi text by 10:30 p.m. That is a 20-minute window. They also claimed the trip to Santa Barbara that evening was to start disposing of evidence. However, the evidence had not even been purchased yet. The pool, chainsaw, shovel, and other items had not even been ordered at the time of the first Santa Barbara trip. There's also the question of storing a body at his manager Josh Marshall's rental house for 12 days while waiting for tools, where nearby neighbors and decomposition odors likely becoming noticeable within a few days, all while David was out of town and having to trust that nobody would enter a house that wasn't even leased to him. None of this changes the central point that David is responsible. He killed Celeste, that I am certain of. Like I said, the DA is likely correct in their theory. They are working with all the evidence.
Okay, and I'm going to pause it there real quick too. This whole video of him saying, "Oh, sorry, I just took a shit." I don't think her body was there. I honestly think that he took her body and left it out in the woods. He's
Yeah.
not going to keep the body in the basement. He's going to take it. That's why he left, to take the body out to the woods.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I mean, it'll come up in this video as well, and I know that you said it. That was one of the main reasons that I wanted to go through this video, was because it's a completely different kind of smell. It's not
Yeah.
comparable, and
It doesn't
and I
smell like poop.
yeah, and I remember you saying that a couple of shows ago, and it'll come up here where that's the same answer that Joe Scott Morton gives. Is like, it's not the same. Like,
It's
so
not. It's a
it
completely different smell. You don't
and I think
smell. Yeah, sorry.
no, I'm just saying, like, I think people are just running with whatever they can dig up and make content out of, like,
Right. Yeah, because they're
yeah.
not giving you, like I said, even though we have a small audience, we're the realest reporting on here because I'm giving you, like, I've been around that shit. I'm not like, a lot of the stuff I'm telling you comes from being informed, whether was the atmosphere or any of that. You know what I mean? Like, I've been around that multiple times. That's how I can explain it. That's how I can say, like with Idaho 4, there's no way they didn't smell it.
Mm.
No way. 8 hours later, you're out of your freaking mind.
It's not a smell you can forget.
But
And it's not comparable. Like,
no, it's not. Jay Gallagher, I heard that too about this anime connection, and I don't really know anything about anime. It's not something I was
me
into.
neither.
It's something I would be interested to hear about, though, with this anime connection that attributed to this crime. I've heard things, Rosie, that there's some kind of anime thing that was an inspiration to the way that he committed the crime. Now I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anime, so if somebody does, help us
Yeah.
understand, because
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I don't know it either.
Yeah. All right, we'll get back to this. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much.
Hashtag David, hashtag Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So talk to me about that. I mean, in the idea of the compressed timeline, I haven't seen evidence of this massive cleanup. I do wonder, despite what the prosecution's saying, do you believe there's enough evidence that this alleged killing happened in the house?
There was a sufficient amount of time for there to have been a cleanup affected. Okay. And here's the thing that I can't get past with that. And I think Steve has done a fantastic job. I've been on a number of platforms with him, spoken with him extensively, because he's really been the only insight that we've had, right? I mean, truly, from that perspective, because he was eyes on, and one of his big points along the way is that I can't remember if he luminol or blue starred, he had made the statement to me, the residents in those areas, and he didn't get hit relative to anything that would indicate that there was blood in the garage. Again, we're going back to what the authorities are stating here in the affirmative, that it took place in the garage. Well, how do you know that? And it brings me back to the thought of the chainsaw. With a chainsaw from a utility is a very messy device to use, and it creates a storm of things of evidentiary value. So where did all of that go? I've thought about, was it the backyard perhaps? Not kind of thinking, what's more reasonable, that he would go to Santa Barbara. And Santa Barbara County, I've been there a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, you can say that it's right up the road, but is it really up the road? And why would you go that far? I don't understand that. Or to deposit evidence or any kind of ID and things like this. I know I'm kind of bouncing around, but the other bit of evidence here is that why would you need a pool? Are you going to go out there and inflate a pool in order to facilitate this? They also talk about, in the filings, they talk about that there was bits of blue plastic that are embedded into these injuries. I can see that. I understand why there would be. A chainsaw moves at 14,000, 15,000 RPM. All right. So it's going to chew through just about anything, not just, human tissue, but if you've got an underlying kiddie pool, it's going to go through that as well. And then the idea that it would get embedded into the insults, into the injuries, it makes sense. I could see that happening. Now, the criminalists actually have those bits. That's not for the forensic pathologist to talk about tying things back relative to the forensics there. They have those bits already. Matter of fact, there was a criminalist at the scene in the car lot. They actually had a criminalist present, I think, at autopsy. They talk about at autopsy, those bits are turned over. So how are you going to go about explaining that? What's the utility of a kiddie pool out in some remote area? Why not just do it on bare earth out there? And again, thinking as a forensics guy, I'm trying to understand the utility of all of this. It seems like you're really using you in the universal sense here. You're really going a long way around the barn here in order to facilitate, the killing and dismemberment. So I honestly, I don't know. It's
right.
It's baffling to me.
Well, look, I think the purchase history is quite damning for him. Look, he's innocent until proven guilty, but the idea of they can track the purchases and when he allegedly made these purchases and what the items were and when they arrived, and if they're able to allegedly track his movements and the Santa Barbara cell phone. But I think the idea also, and I thought this was significant, the filing says that he lied to friends, business associates, and others about the strong smell of decay in and around the home and the car. And TMZ published this video, and I don't know if it's going to be a part of evidence, but I thought it was significant that it was reportedly from July 4th, 2025, a live stream. So it was, again, a few months after the alleged murder. And according to a prosecutor brief, that was only a few weeks later, July 29th, when, quote, the surveillance video and other evidence confirmed defendant was the last person to drive the vehicle on July 29th, 2025, before he left Los Angeles on a concert tour. Not entirely clear. Maybe someone else could have picked up the car. But anyway, in this clip, David appears to be with Neil Langston.
So this is when they talk about, hey, sorry, it smells like shit. And this is that friend that was pulled in and interviewed. And if anybody, if the quote witness was a person, it's this guy right here.
Interesting, yeah.
His cohort, his confidant. The one he would have slipped something to. And maybe it was to test his loyalty. Who knows? But this is him, and I don't think this video, I think, like you said, is just stuff for people to make a show about.
Yeah.
appears to be with someone named Sukana, and he apologizes for the way his bathroom smells, says it was because he had gone to the bathroom 2 hours earlier. I mean, could very well be it, but if there was potentially this smell, it does beg the question about, how that factors into this case.
What my question is this, all right, what would be the purpose of even making that statement? Is that a statement that someone would actually make, about, I don't know, maybe you feel comfortable around the crowd that you're around. So if that's the case, okay, good on him. He's trying to explain a bad odor, but had he ever done that before? And also there is a gulf of difference between a bathroom smell and the smell of a child decomposing, a gulf. All right. And so is that an attempt to explain this odor away? And the thing about it, Jesse, is that smell, people think that they have smelled bad things. All right. And I guess you can scale that out any number of ways. If you've never been around decomposing remains, it's a smell that kind of haunts you. Even me, at this stage of my life, I still recall it instantaneously. It's something you don't forget. And it was completely different than a smell that would emanate from a bathroom. It was just an odd statement. I actually heard this video, and it seemed kind of out of place for me.
Right.
And
it didn't make
anybody
any
could
sense.
read anything they want to into that. It was very bizarre. And again, we're taking a random statement out of the air. We don't know what other statements had been made at that period of time, but TMZ chose that slice and they put it out there. Now, whether or not that would make it into court, I don't know, but I can tell you everybody that's contained in that video, I think, is subject to be subpoenaed, because if that's what was being said, they can just be put on the stand and say, did you ever smell a foul odor in that house in any way? And ask that question over and over and over again. I don't know how many times they would allow that, what witnesses there are. I saw that there was a young lady in that video. I don't know who she is. And then you've got the other gentleman who's supposed to be the personal assistant, which, if you watch him, in that clip, he never cracks a smile. He just kind of looks up like that. I think people use that term, the side eye, essentially, is what he did. He was kind of expressionless when that's it.
Yeah, and what I took from that, because like I said, I watched this video when it was first being brought up, and I just totally dismissed it because of the not linked to the same smell.
Yeah.
And when I watched it, and I did notice that too with what he mentions about there wasn't a lot of emotion coming out of his cohort.
Yeah.
And I attributed that to David probably being overstressed, over dramatic, over cranky, over paranoid, over all of those things. And that was probably annoying the fuck out of his friend. Even though he
Yeah.
didn't necessarily know that David committed the crime, he just knew how he was being treated from David, and David going through those things would lash out and act out that way. And I just took it as his friend was just getting tired of him being a prima donna, is how he
I
probably
think
looked at it.
so. Yeah. I mean, he does not look very happy with his life at that moment.
Just,
And
he didn't look pissed or happy, He
yeah,
just, there was no emotion.
yeah. But I think he probably was lashing out, or not lashing out, but he was probably irritable at the very
Yeah.
least.
Oh, yeah.
David was.
Overstressed and paranoid,
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Yeah. So that's how I took it. Same as him.
Intriguing. I mean, it truly
Yeah.
is.
And the
Yeah,
timing
yeah.
of it, like in that time frame, I think is interesting as well. Joseph,
Very much so.
One of the things we didn't get a chance to talk about, and I have a lot more I want to get into.
Sure.
The autopsy, right? I mean, look, from a legal point of view, the significance of that, in any case, you have to establish as an element of the crime that someone was killed. And so
Yeah,
the autopsy,
do.
you're going to have the medical examiner testify and talk about the cause of death, the manner of death. Talk to me, though, about how what you read may actually tie back to David. So there's the significance of the report. We were all waiting for the report. It was sealed for months and months and months. What is the thing that's...
Oh, yeah, definitely will be a witness as you say official, then also draw. Yeah, that's what I was saying. He got pulled in last summer, definitely was working with the feds, is going to be the witness. And if it is a person, that's the witness, not necessarily video camera footage. It's definitely that, dude. Because I really think that the ego took over David and he started spilling it. It wasn't enough to drop little hint bombs in his interviews. He needed to go farther beyond that because his ego needed fed, and that was the only thing that was going to feed his ego.
Stood out to you the most about it? And also, how do you think it may potentially be used to actually tie back?
Yeah, let's break that down in categories. First off, let's start with the big piece to this, and that's going to be, I think, the most glaring thing, and they'll see crime scene images of this, is the level of decomposition, how advanced she was. Okay, and you can talk about that, which it's well stated in the autopsy report. You can talk about in what an advanced state of decomposition she's in, and that's really going to assault the senses of the jury here. Okay. They also talk about liquefaction, which is something we haven't really, heard before. In this case, how the remains are partially liquefied, and that's going to be a place where I think the defense. I'm always thinking about what the defense could do. They can step in and say, "Well, you're saying the body is partially liquefied. How can you actually identify, these insults, these injuries?" Well, they were able to identify that to a great degree, and so part one is they're going to talk about the status of her body, and also how the body is in multiple elements and it's bagged separately, which is something that's intriguing. I'd love to go back to the body bag and talk about that, because that, on an aside, that's a fascinating element to me. But let's make it through the rest of these. Then you get down to the nature of the cause of death, and they're saying that this is a sharp force event. They didn't say, which is not unusual. I don't think that they alluded to whether this is a single-edged or double-edged weapon. I'm assuming, which is dangerous to do, it's a single-edged weapon. And if our friends that are listening will just understand where these two insults are, I think that's important for folks to understand. Jesse, you and I've talked so many times over the past decade, about multiple injuries, and we hear multiple most of the time. And how many times have you and I talked about overkill, right? This doesn't fit in that category. They're talking about two lethal injuries here, and I question the lethality of one of these injuries. I know specifically the other one is very lethal, but let's start on the left aspect, where Celeste had sustained sharp force injury in between her ribs. All right, and that's what's called the intercostal space. There's muscles. If you've ever worked out, folks have ever worked out, and you've pulled an intercostal muscle, it's one of the most painful things you can ever injure. It's that space between your ribs, and that is muscle. Well, it passes through there, and it doesn't really affect the lung. And it's hard to tell because she's in such an advanced state. I don't know if the lung was collapsed as a result of natural decompositional process, or if it may have been collapsed. But they don't even talk about, that this sharp instrument nicked the lung. What they do talk about, and this is very important from a forensic standpoint, is that blade actually passes over the cortex, or the outer layer of the rib. Now, what can we draw from that? Well, you can get a tool mark off of that, and I'm hoping that they retain that sample, because the pathologist goes into some explanation about that piece of rib. All right, and that's something that is commonly done in forensics labs, where once that bit of tissue, that rib, that bone, is cleaned up, it would go to a tool mark examiner, and they'll do a gross examination. That means they're looking at it with an unaided eye. They'll put it on a magnification scope, look at it there. And what they're going to look for is any kind of specific impression that goes across that rib, and they can actually classify the edge that would have created that. Now, onto the lethal injury. If folks will find the bottom of the right aspect of your rib cage, your liver is right there. So you find the last rib on the right side and press in where the tissue is soft. That's your liver. All right. And you got to go through the dome of the diaphragm, essentially right there. But the liver is underlying. This injury is, I think, and I'm just doing this off the top of my head, so forgive me, I think it's 2 inches approximately in depth, but it's enough to nick the liver. And this goes back to the earlier statement we talked about with the bleeding out. The liver next to the brain is the most vascular organ in the body. I've had tons of liver injuries over the course of my career: gunshot wounds, stab wounds, motor vehicle accidents. And it is not a quick death. Just so everybody understands this. This is not like a gunshot wound to the head, or even a bludgeoning, or even a strangulation. Okay. So if someone is stabbed in this area, in the liver, you don't die instantly. This would have been a very protracted event, if that's the only injury that there was that had a level of lethality. Now, did they miss anything? Which is possible, because of the level of decomposition. Okay, right now I'm not thinking so. Okay. So that's an important part of this. And this goes back to the watching, doesn't it, Jesse?
Right.
This is an observable event. Watched her bleed out. And again, that's a very affirmative statement, that they're making. And it fits with, for me, it does, with this liver insult, because that is a location where it would take a protracted period of time to die.
Right. I go.
Right?
Yeah.
Yikes. Just to think of what she went through.
Yeah.
Just to think of what she went through.
Yeah.
I mean, we already read some horrific stuff in the documents.
Yeah, but he explains it very well in like
Very well.
English.
Shout out to Joe Scott Morgan. He's amazing.
Mm.
Man.
Mhm.
And just how long it, geez, what a, and like chat says, and like I said, devil done took over him. Satanic rituals, overtaken energy. Can you imagine if it really does come out that he sat there and watched her and was consuming what he thinks was her energy? Did he
Yeah.
purposely? I'm wondering if we're gonna find out in trial if he was looking up specific areas to make it longer for her to pass.
I mean,
Where do I do this to somebody?
yeah.
Because to him, that would be him absorbing the energy as long as possible. Yeah, we're on Twitch. We're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, X, Kick. We're on all those different platforms. EvilleCJ and Rosee OT.
Yeah,
the length of time.
I think it comes back to what we were saying earlier about him having some kind of a fascination or interest. Like I think he probably looked up, like it's probably something he thought about doing long before deciding to do it. So maybe they have like extensive search history and stuff, like you say.
I'm wondering if we're gonna
Mhm.
find that out.
Yeah.
Really, on TikTok as well. Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned TikTok. On TikTok as well. I got to figure out how to go live over there. It won't let me for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why. It won't let me go live. But yeah, so we're gonna check out a little bit more. Let me see. We'll check out a little bit more of what Joe Scott has to say. I'm going to bump it up to 1.5 just to speed it up just a little bit. That way we can at least fit in one StreamYard live call if anybody does want to call in, and we can just chit chat as we end the episode. I've been starring some of your comments, so thank you for dropping the comments. I start them so we can get to them at the end of the show too. Appreciate you all being here, and thank you for hanging out with us today. By the way, we're going to be hanging out with you guys tomorrow morning, our weekly Sunday morning show, the latest true crime weekly updates, where we talk about all the latest updates and all the different cases and some new cases and upcoming plans for the next week as we go through this. Thank you all for being here.
Back to something that you said before is, they'll make question, the defense may question, how can you definitively determine cause of death given the level of dismemberment and decomposition? What kind of expert do you think the defense would call to negate this? They've been
They're going to have a forensic pathologist.
Yeah, and how would that person dispute the official findings? Because again, the defense says he's not the cause of her death. There seems to be a dispute here. What room is there going to be for a forensic expert to disagree with the official?
I think that the one thing about it is you're going to have a forensic pathologist that has a very strong background, most do, all right, in decomposed bodies. But you're going to have a defense pathologist that can at least insert that seed for reasonable doubt relative to the level of decomposition. I think that that's really the only intellectual underpinning that you have. If you're trying to make that argument that you guys do in court, right? That's where you're going to go. They're going to have to lean into the decomposition. I know that sounds so bizarre, but for me, there's so much other evidence, digital evidence, circumstantial evidence, testimonial stuff that's going on, in addition to the physical evidence that they have. This is a mountain. I mean, it's a mountain. I've seen, cases with much less forensic evidence that have not gone well for the defendant. Decomposition, though, is going to be the big factor here, I think, and you're going to hear a lot about it. I think you're going to hear a lot about entomology in this case, because this goes back to, I talked to Steve about this too, the entomology element here is going to be a big part because, and forgive me, and certainly our listeners too, I don't mean to be insulting or be ghastly here.
It's important to talk about.
But with entomology, flies have a life cycle, okay? And I promise you, dollars to donuts, all right? Within that period of time that she died, I'd say probably within 5 hours, okay? Flies are already aware.
5
And
hours.
there it begins, and flies always find a way. There's nothing you can do.
Oh my Lord, within 5 hours? That's a timeline. Within 5, oh my Lord, it's worse than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Way
seems like-
worse than I thought.
Seems like they can track the life cycle, and I think that can also help them determine area. I don't know. It's really complicated, but with the amount of times they mentioned the insects in the documents, I think that they're definitely gonna
Shout
focus
out to
heavily on
these
that.
medical examiners. Tremendous job. Wow, 5 hours. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord.
To keep away from
Thank you, Skull. Appreciate you.
flies, period, end of paragraph.
Appreciate
So what
you
they'll
all.
do is that they lay that little clutch of eggs that they all start off with, and that's where this timeline begins to tick, because maggots and flies both have cycles that they run through, and they're kind of set in stone, and that goes to timing, right? So you can have a body where you will have multiple generations of flies. The longer you go out, all right, and the longer there is viable tissue for them to, consume, you're going to have flies. And so what they'll do is the entomologists, and I hope they did this both at the car. Remember, in that statement that was released in that earlier document dump, when they opened that trunk, they observed insect activity there in the trunk. Okay. My question is, are there any maggot husk or anything indicative of that body being placed somewhere on that property? Okay, in the Hollywood Hills. With an entomologist, that's an easy lift for them, because they would go out and inspect that area. They would see the husk that are there. That's going to be a big part to that as well. You're also going to see tool mark evidence. The pathologist makes note, they allude, and I'm paraphrasing here, they allude to kind of how cleanly these marks were made. Pathologists can kind of testify to that, but you really want a heavy hitter to come in the tool mark area. I'm just building out the team.
I remember they said multiple linear cuts when it came to the pool, they talked about that.
and then we talked about the dismemberment of the body.
Right.
You marry that up with that, and these edges are very clean as they can be. And so that I've always felt as though when I heard that, and before I heard the chainsaw that they used, they said this was a chainsaw. I knew that this was going to have to be a mechanical device that was utilized here. This is not, going out to the shed and grabbing your dad's, old carpenter saw.
Well, there's one more thing I want to get to with you, but
Sure.
the idea that you have this then 20-year-old singer murder her, buy the tools, dismember her, and seemingly, all by himself, because no one else has been implicated, no one else has been arrested, no one else has been charged. It's quite a thing to be thinking about. And it goes to this final point, pregnancy. So this is a big issue that's come up. And the reason that this has come up is because in the prosecution's pretrial brief, they wrote text exchanges between the victim and defendant contain references to sex, pregnancy, abortion, and use of the Plan B emergency contraceptive. There are also explicit photographs documenting and corroborating their sexual relationship. In November 2024, defendant and the victim broke up, although they continued to communicate, and text messages suggest they also continued to have sexual relations. And then just a few days ago, well, actually now maybe a little bit longer, maybe last week, her death certificate was amended to suggest it was unclear if she was pregnant when she was killed. In other words, it was changed from not pregnant to unknown. Now, you and I spoke on my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, and you believe, right, the idea is because of the investigative findings, they have no choice but to make it unknown, right? Because here's the thing, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, about what the autopsy report says, but if prosecutors believe she was pregnant, I have to imagine they would have included it in their filings, because you're talking special circumstances allegations. What better way to prove that? What better way to prove motive, prove he silenced the witness, killed her for financial gain, than if she were pregnant? If she's pregnant with his child, you would include that. You would say this is definitive proof. I mean, how compelling would that be? They don't include it.
Well, and the thing is, could be very true. Maybe there's a test that they could have performed to tell if she was or not. I don't know. I'm not a medical examiner. If it did come back a test that it was negative, maybe she was using that. We're talking about an immature child. Maybe she was using that to try and get back with him. Maybe she wasn't necessarily pregnant and he thought she was.
Yeah, I think since they had broken up, I think that's something that really does have to be considered because for whatever reason, I mean, if she wanted to get back together, that's definitely something that could have come up, whether she was sure or not, whether it was true or not. I think it's very possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It's very possible. So I don't know. We'll have to find that out. Can a medical examiner, maybe it's in the blood? I don't know. I'm wondering if they can test, because he could have inflicted. Why else do you need to dismember her? You know what I'm saying? Except for her finger. Why else
Yeah.
would you need to? I thought he mutilated her to hide that she was. That's why he cut her where he cut her.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, of
I,
course,
I
we'll see
guess
when trial
I
comes.
guess I guess they could. No, I mean with the test. I guess there's like hormonal tests and stuff that they can also. I'm just
Maybe
not
there is.
sure how. I'm not sure
Yeah.
how that would work.
They did change it from no to unknown though, so maybe they did have an unconclusive test that they
Yeah,
couldn't find out for sure because of the decomp level.
yeah,
I mean, like I said, he cut her where, you know, he he cut her where if he wanted to hide it,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
that's where he cut her. So I don't know. We'll see when trial comes.
That. So talk to me about what we're missing here, because, if the report is now saying unknown, and yet, have you seen any evidence to suggest that she was pregnant?
No, and as a matter of fact, I'm scrolling through the autopsy report right now for me, and this is something I'm so glad you asked me this, so thank you, because if I'm disappointed in anything in this particular case and with the autopsy and kind of what's being explained and what's not being explained, for my money, here's the troubling bit. When doctors, and I think probably even attorneys, but specifically doctors, when doctors do a dictation, okay, of their reports, all right, just follow what I'm saying, give me a little bit of rope here.
Sure.
So when they're dictating, there are certain things in law and medicine that if you're going to cite something, or if you're going to, and it's not necessarily significant, but it is significant, they will say to the person that's on the other end, if they're just taping this, they'll say standard dictation insert, standard dictation insert. Jesse, my friend, if you'll go back and you'll look at this autopsy, as a matter of fact, if you wish, I can actually read it for you right now, because I got to tell you, when I'm seeing this, it looks like when it comes to the part of the autopsy report, I think that they went with standard dictation. And this is how the header is. The header is female reproductive tract, uterus present, not enlarged, without endometrial lesions and hemorrhage, ovaries, fallopian tubes, appropriate for age, without lesions, breast tissue, without lesions, other reproductive tract findings. That's what you're giving me? We're talking.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and pause it there. I don't know. I must have missed that part in all those documents. But if her uterus was there, fallopian ovaries appropriate, no lesions, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I guess maybe she wasn't.
Well, I think what he's getting at here as well is that it seemed a little bit like copy and paste. So they just put it in there because it's unknown. And I mean, I don't know.
What you think?
Well,
It says present and not enlarged. So
yeah, no, it was
maybe
it
she
was present, but
maybe she became pregnant. It said they were still having activity, even though they were broke up. I
yeah.
don't know. Maybe she did become, but like I just brought up a minute ago, and the other possibility, maybe she was just using that to try and get him to get back with her.
Possible. It is possible.
Because you don't do that to somebody that's just trying to get back with you, and you definitely don't offer an Uber ride for them to come out there.
Mm.
I don't know, the motive just doesn't fit. You know what I mean? Like, the motive just doesn't fit. Like, I would see him paying her off. Like, if it was just her going, I'm going to expose with pictures, I could just see him paying her off. I wouldn't see him having to go to the route of what he did unless he really thought she was pregnant. That crime is just too wild to just because somebody has photos.
Yeah.
You're going to pay him off. You're not going to mutilate him. You know, I don't know. It's just weird. And thank you for that info, Jay Gallagher. When I was a lab tech, I remember the blood test would measure hormone levels during pregnancy and stages of miscarriage. Very interesting. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. But yeah, very interesting though. I don't know. Maybe she was just using it to try and get him to be back with her.
Ovaries, fallopian tubes, appropriate for age, without lesions, breast tissue, without lesions, other reproductive tract findings. That's what you're giving me? We're talking about a case where if you've got a child who has been engaged in allegedly sexual congress with a grown man, I think that one of the big questions here, I need more detailed information. You've been able to do this assessment on the uterus and say it's not enlarged, but that requires a deeper dive. When you look at this document, there's no like, we have dissected the uterus, we've gone through layer by layer, and these are our findings. Okay, it's just like, pow, it's striking, you know, when you see it. I really hate if this is the truth, because as it turns out, this is going to be one of the big things that this whole investigation, this whole future trial, when and if it happens, it's going to come down to. Because as you stated, this is motivation, right? Yeah. That's a central key. Granted, I know we don't have to prove motive, but if you're trying to understand something, I find that section itself wanting.
Well, it's important, again, to prove the special circumstances. I mean, that is kind of the why. It's right, the line and weight. It's the financial gain. It's killing a witness. So there is an aspect of that they do have to prove. Look, Joseph, I appreciate you being so generous with your time on this and laying all the...
All right. And we'll go ahead and stop the video there. By the way, these are all the different platforms right up above here that you can follow us on. All you have to do is look up EvilleCJ or Rosee OT. And thanks for the marathon show today, Rosee. We're about to hit 4 hours. We'll have. Oh, hold on 1 second. I gotta switch this screen here. Wait, where are you at?
I'm here.
Okay, hold on a minute. Right there. Whoop, there we go. Whoop. Came out of nowhere. We have about, I'd say about 5 minutes to take a live StreamYard call if anybody does want to call and let us know what they think. So there's the link if it goes through on YouTube. If you would like to StreamYard live call in and just let us know. We'll have more time available tomorrow too. I'm sure we're going to talk some more of the David case in our weekly Sunday morning show. We'll actually have a lot more time for the StreamYard live calls tomorrow. One of the reasons why we're doing our True Crime Weekly show, where we're going to pack in the upcoming week, our plans for the upcoming week, different cases that we didn't get to talk about during the week, updates on those cases. Also an opportunity where if we, like today, we can only take a call for a few minutes. It's also an opportunity to allow more time for people to do the StreamYard live call in. So we'll have a bunch of time set aside for that on our Sundays, sure. So sometimes, you know, I didn't think we'd be able to get through all of it. We had to speed it up a little bit to get the time in, but we made it. Unfortunately, just a few minutes left for this, but definitely have some more time tomorrow because I have a lot of questions, you know, like, I don't think she was pregnant now at this point. Did her parents know? Did friends know? Do you think David did do it? Do you think he did it alone? Did you think he had help? What else is on the terabytes? The text to create the alibi. Where are you? Do you think those are legit or not? What's this anime connection? Satanic rituals? You know what I'm saying? A lot of questions. A lot of questions.
Yeah, I think this case is nothing but questions at this point. it's probably really hard for people to get their head around just how brutal it is. So
Very. I mean, when you're
yeah.
sitting back and you're thinking about everything, it's like, whoa, man, this is just it automatically takes you to satanic crap, man, because it's just like it's too. That's what I'm saying. The motivation had to be her threatening that she was pregnant. I just don't see. I
Yeah.
just don't see why the extent that it was brought to.
Yeah, that's not something like I suppose you can try and not rationalize, but try and like figure out what was going on in his mind with all of the things that he did. But when it comes to the actual cruelty of it, that I just like I'm still struggling. Like I don't know.
Oh, it's definitely wild. Here's the link. I'm going to drop the link to our show tomorrow. Make sure you hit the notification after we're done here today. This is for our weekly Sunday morning show, 10 a.m. I think is it 10 a.m. Central or 9 a.m. Central that we're doing that show? I can't remember.
It's 10 a.m. Central.
Were we doing 10 a.m. Central or 9 a.m. Central? I just set it for 10, but I didn't know for sure. Are we doing 9 a.m. or? I can change it. Is that better? Do a 9 a.m. Yeah, I'll go ahead and change it. I'll change it right now. We'll change it to 9 a.m. if that works out better. And let me see here. Let's see. And happy Mother's Day tomorrow to all the mothers.
Yes.
All right. We got that updated. 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing another few hours show tomorrow. Do I think he will receive the death penalty? Yeah. Like super cooked, right? Super
Yeah.
cooked. Mercedes says,
so.
I think that's the only thing that would push him that far. Yeah, that's the only thing that would make sense. I was very shocked to see that. I'm surprised I missed that, but there was a lot of those documents. If you are just joining, definitely check out the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Rosee, for going through all the documents.
You're welcome.
Definitely creepy. If you Google Maps the address, let me just switch so we'll get through these comments. And like I said, we'll have a lot longer segment tomorrow for the Discord live call-in. I definitely want to hear what you guys have to say with it. Got a lot of questions for you too. Let me know what your theory is. Wavy mentioned earlier, I start a bunch of comments throughout the episode, and I wanted to kind of highlight these two. If you Google Maps the address of the mansion, the Tesla is still parked on the side of the road. I'm glad to see that that's still true. I had heard that before, and I had also heard it has on the Google Maps, it shows somebody sitting in the frickin' car with a red shirt too. So isn't that
was
weird,
interesting,
right?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me get to the next comment. Jay Gallagher, a big thank you to the medical examiners who endure these procedures to get justice for the victims. Yes, shout out Jay Gallagher. Thank you for typing that. And thank you again to them, because what an extensive report. Gerald says, I feel like it was a ritual that he was performing. I do too. I feel like he sacrificed her so he could level up his career. You listen to those interviews. By the way, let me put this out there again. If anybody, I'll go ahead and highlight you and shout you out. If anybody before our next show wants to put a clip together of all the different interviews that David did right after the crime was committed, and you want to put them all together and even mix in some photos, screenshots of the music video so everybody can see what he looked like. If you want to put it together, send it to me. Let me know. I'll share the platform, shout you out, and highlight you during the episode. And let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and throw some stuff together after a couple days, and we'll get into it. Probably, if anybody does want to put something together, we'll probably be doing our next show on David probably Thursday or Friday. We'll see, though. We'll see how the week goes, but I'm thinking Thursday or Friday is when we're going to do our next episode on the Celeste and David case. So if anybody does want to do that, you got a few days. Just let me know, and let me know where you posted it, and I will go ahead and shout it out, and we'll cover it on the next. Let me see. Official Skull says, I live 15 minutes away from this Hollywood lot and 20 minutes away from Hollywood Hills. I'm in East Hollywood. This is crazy. Official Skull, take your phone out there sometime. Get some footage. Send it in. Post it on your platform. Again, we'll shout you out. We'll highlight you. We'll share the link. Go ahead and get some footage, even if it's just with your phone. If you do get footage, though, do us a favor and take it landscape, just because you see a lot more with landscape instead of vertical. So if anybody does go out there, do the landscape video, you'll be able to capture more, and it'll fill up more on the screen. That would be really cool. So thank you for that. Official ask, I'm angry with her parents. Also, what's my opinion? My opinion, we'll see as the trial goes on. But right now, I'm 75% the family knew, 25% they didn't. In the beginning of the show, I went through a little bit of why they knew, right? But I also kind of explained why they might not have known. And so that's why I'm 75 that they did, 25 that they didn't. I don't know. What's your opinion on that, Rosee? Percentage-wise.
I think a little more than you that they knew. I'm gonna go with like 80% that they knew. I really think they did. I really think so. Maybe 85.
Ooh, maybe 85, huh? Well, I'm 75-25. You're 85-15. We'll see what we are on the next episode as more stuff comes out, because more stuff's going to be coming out, and we'll have to make sure whether it's one of us or both of us we cover. If we're able to, if there's any kind of live feed on the next hearing, we'll have to try and cover that
Yeah, we will.
as it's coming out. Hopefully it's televised, but totally understand if it's not. And then Gerald says he wanted to level up his career. That's why he probably felt like she needed to be sacrificed. Yeah, the devil done took over him. That's a good shirt. The devil done took over you.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, Rosee, thank you so
Fine.
much. We hit the 4 hour. It is, man, especially when we just went through everything and what happened to her. Horrible, man. It is. That there's people out there on this planet that can do that level of stuff, you know. Even the inflatable kiddie pool, man. Crazy stuff. Appreciate you, though. Make sure you come over, hang out tomorrow. Give us a call tomorrow. We'd love to hear from you. Plus, we'll be discussing some of these other cases. And also soon, there's been a lot of stuff released with UFOs. And Rosee and I have been saving a lot of stuff for a few months about UFOs. We're not sure if we're going to do it over here or over at EvilleCJ's Lounge. But either way, we're going to be doing a UFO episode. I think next weekend is what we're shooting for, next weekend sometime. So if UFOs interest you, I mean, there's a video out now that shows a whole lot of something going on. 40 minutes. We're going to go through it, plus some other stuff. That'll be coming up here soon. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Appreciate you. Have a safe, peaceful day. And make sure you sub up to EvilleCJ's Lounge. I'm going to be patrolling some streets with the BPD and doing some trucking and maybe getting into some NASCAR races. You'll be behind the wheel with CJ. We got a new camera for that, where you're like right on my dash looking right at me. You got 2 cameras for that. You got the camera coming from the side, and then you got the dash cam looking at CJ as he's ducking in and out of these NASCAR races, baby. All right, we'll see you soon. Thank you all. Appreciate you. Thank you, Rosee, for all your hard work.
Thank you,
And
Jared.
make sure you share this out. Help us hit that algorithm. Like the video, subscribe. We'll see you tomorrow. Love you guys.
Bye,
Peace. Bye-bye.